yourself. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Canadian Defence and Security Network sponsored Mobilizing Insights in Defence and Security supported Nature Triggered Emergency Response Workshop here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We also have gathered here today in this historic building, which is called Canadian Museum for Human Rights. My name is Kausar Ahmed, and I'm the Executive Director of the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada, which is a research think tank based in Winnipeg. At Conflict and Resilience Research Institute, our mission is to enhance knowledge of conflict through research and dialogue to suggest sustainable conflict resolution. As a tradition, let me do the treaty recognition first. Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada is located on the original lands of Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and on the homelands of Métis Nation. CREEC respects the treaties that were made on these territories. It acknowledges the harms and mistakes of the past and is dedicated to moving forward in partnership with Indigenous communities in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, natural disasters have started to strike in an unprecedented way over the past decade, signaling an ominous change in our ecosystem. It also signals that the frequency and intensity of such large-scale natural phenomena will continue to disrupt people's lives in the future. Although these events could be foreseen, slowing their impacts is possible by mobilizing resources judicially through an all-agency approach. The audience, this morning I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We are so pleased that you have taken time to join us here today to learn more about the multi-stakeholder response to disaster management. At Conflict and Resilience Research Institute, we understand the importance of being prepared and the value of knowledge in a time of crisis. We are confident that the information we would gather from esteemed speakers today will help us gain the confidence and skills we need to be better prepared in the event of a disaster. We are also excited to have several experts in the field of disaster and risk management with us today, who will be presenting and leading discussion on the topics being covered. Thank you for coming today, and we hope that you walk away with a greater understanding of multi-stakeholder disaster management and the knowledge needed to be better prepared. This 1.5-day session is being live streamed on our social media channels and North American cable TVs. With this, let me welcome our first speaker today, and the Director of Center for Defense and Security Network, Professor Seidemann.
Sure, person supposed to go first?
No, we'll have more too.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. We've been very, very happy that that the team, MDAD, Kazar, and Niru have built on this research theme. I was very struck a couple of years ago, and the timing of it was very striking, which is that General Wayne Eyre, when he was chief of the Army, before the pandemic, gave a speech where he was saying how the military was overstretched by the series of emergencies that had occurred in Canada. And he said this at a time where the military wasn't as stressed by what's happened since then. And then after he gave that speech, a month later, the pandemic started to hit North America. And then after that, there was a set of storms that hit British Columbia that did more damage to our ability to reach Vancouver than I think the Chinese or the Russians would ever want in a first strike, isolating Vancouver and the entire west coast from the rest of Canada. And that, again, we called out the CAF to handle that. Since then, there's been a series of other emergencies. And yet we have this debate in Canada about whose job this is. And so I started looking into this a little bit as I was trying to put together a grant application. And it was very striking that outside of people that are in this room, there really hasn't been much in the way of analysis, and particularly comparative analysis of these emergencies and how the military responds to it. There's been good work done about the municipalities and provinces, but we who study Canadian defense have largely ignored the CAF's role in this stuff, unless it's really, really cold, that is, far north or abroad. And so to have a more fulsome discussion of how these things are going on, because with climate change, this is not going to happen less, it's going to happen more. And we've seen that since the launch of the grant application that put together that helps to fund this event. So I'm very thankful to the Department of National Defense Mines Program for providing us with this grant that is helping us do this work. And what's great about this is that this research team on nature-triggered domestic emergency operations is one of four, along with a climate security effort, I haven't had my coffee yet, a climate security effort, a supply chain effort, global health, and yeah, that's it. And anyway, and so what's going to be really good is to learn how, and what's going on with this particular sector, but also how it embeds in the larger CDS and enterprise, both the other three mines-funded themes, and as well as the other stuff that we're doing that's funded by another source. I'm really happy to be here today. It's a good introduction to winter, and I did spend yesterday at this museum going through the exhibits, and it was a really powerful place to do this kind of work. So I want to thank you all for coming out today, either in person or online. And I'm looking forward to learning how people look at this stuff, because I'm very much a newbie at this. I'm very, very curious. So thank you for coming out today, and I thank you for the insights you're providing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Steve. Now it's time to have opening remarks from Professor Dr. Chaudhry Imzad Haq from University of Manitoba. Sir, the floor is yours. Share the screen.
Just control.
Just control.
This one. Yes, this three, right? Okay. Good morning, everyone. And we welcome all of you to this first workshop of the Department of Defense funded MINDS project. MINDS stands for Mobilizing Insights in Defense and Security Project. On reflections of the presenters and participants of the collaborative approach to nature-triggered emergency management is the title. So to lay the ground for a conversation today, let me explain first, why have we used the term nature-triggered extreme event or nature-triggered emergencies instead of natural disasters or natural emergencies and so on. In academia, there has been numerous explanations started back in the British School of Natural Hazards by Terry Cannon, Ben Wisner. And in Canada, Ian Barton, myself, Dave Etkin, and Niru is here. We started differing from natural hazards, that naturalness in the energy and the physical parameters is not embodied in disasters. Disasters takes place when natural hazards make strikes impacting humans, properties, our resources. So therefore, there must be a differentiation between natural hazards and natural disasters or nature-induced or nature-triggered extreme events. Many of the extreme events obviously are rooted in human systems, many are in natural. But at the end of the day, it must affect human properties, assets, resources, and lives. So that's why we use the term nature triggered extreme events in relating to hurricanes, storms, floods, forest fires, etc. And our concentration today and tomorrow is going to be on the domestic scale. Now, let me get to some of the issues that we are going to cover in our today's conversation and tomorrow. As Steve introduced very rightly, that globally there has been a astronomical increase in the nature triggered extreme events. And I have been working in this field for almost 4 decades, and there have been many research that pursued that asked a very fundamental question, that is nature changing? Obviously, nature is always changing. It meant that did nature follow a fundamental shift? In other words, like earthquakes, are we experiencing more earthquakes than 100 years ago? And the research shows that no, these are all fluctuations in the seismic domain. There has not been any clear shift in the nature or natural characteristics. What got changed in other areas, like in atmospheric areas, is different story. In atmospheric area, because of our greenhouse gas emissions, we saw global warming is taking place, and atmospheric domain, that's a physical domain, but that is changing, showing a permanent shift. So yes, in geophysical area, we don't see a major shift, scientifically speaking, but in the atmospheric area, there has been a major shift. It's not the variability, it's a fundamental shift. So having in that background, we can see the number of frequency and also the magnitude, like Fiona never happened in Canada before, or Hurricane Katrina never happened in the United States before. So these are new magnitude, new parameters reflecting the changing pattern and trend. And you can see here in this slide, which shows the global reported natural disasters by type. I'm not going into the details, but show the trend, from 1970 to 2019. So if you look at those 50 years, it clearly shows, it's a half a century data, and clearly shows that there is an astronomical increase. Now, what about Canada? Is Canada showing a separate pattern or different pattern than than the world? No. Here also, as Steve was mentioning, just few events happened in last 2 years' time. In British Columbia, the floods and the Fiona, so storms, hurricanes, floods, one after another, mega disasters hit Canada. But it's just not mega disasters. The moderate size and the smaller events also have increased. So I'm basically emphasizing on two dimensions. One is the number of frequencies, another is the magnitude. So both are impacting our resources, infrastructure enormously. So in Canada, over the past 2 decades, nearly 900 deaths occurred, more than 500,000 people got impacted, and more than $25 billion of resources were damaged or lost. But what is our institutional arrangement? How do we cope with them? It's a fundamental research question, fundamental policy questions. We have seen that there are responsibilities are distributed among different jurisdictions. The first responders locally, and then it goes to the municipalities and then to the provinces. Because our natural resources are owned by the provincial government or provincial jurisdiction, most of these primary responsibilities are absorbed by the provincial department and so on. But obviously, with this scale, the provinces cannot cope with them. So we have a model or policy that we follow. I have a diagram there. that follows a shared and collaborative model. In disaster financial assistance arrangement, Swiss reinsurance company recently cited that 96% of all capital deployment of DFFA happened only in the last 20 years' time, which is a completely unsustainable path given Canadian, fiscal situation. Historically, if we look at Canadian management of emergencies, domestic management I'm talking about, these domestic emergencies have been under civil defense and civil administration. But with increasing mega and complex emergencies, involvement of multi-level institutions have been on the rise over the last 4 or 5 decades. And obviously, in recent decades, we are forced to, and multi-level government got involved, including some non-governmental organizations like Red Cross and other. Sometimes we rely on neighboring countries like United States for forest fire. We have to borrow, helicopters, choppers, and other types of, help, from neighboring states. We have that kind of agreement, and so on. So from this recent experience, some of the issues about this multi-level collaboration came in both in the civil front as well as collaboration with the armed forces. Because 1997 flood happened here on the Red River Valley, and many of you know who experienced at that time that there were a lot of dissatisfaction among the Red River communities, particularly in the rural areas. And there was also a lot of deficiency in coordination among the governmental departments. So I call it both horizontal deficiencies, that means among the department, and also vertical, that is governmental departments with communities, NGOs, and CBOs, community-based organizations. That deficiency was big. And we have worked a lot and published and brought this up. Things have changed quite a bit. Obviously, the horizontal, collaboration, a lot of things happen. And today we are lucky that Johanna Botha, Dr. Johanna Botha is Assistant Deputy Minister of EMO. He'll be presenting and elaborating on how these have changed across Canada, this collaboration among, I'm talking about this horizontal, but I'm also interested in knowing from him what happened to the vertical side. That means whether, how far Canadian government, particularly provincial governments, have moved to make the decision-making process participatory, involving grassroots organizations and the public. Now, let me take just a couple of minutes to reflect on the involvement of armed forces in domestic emergencies. Major General Paul Prevost's statement last year, he mentioned that there are 7 requests just in 1 year to deploy military for provincial emergencies. And there has been an increasing trend, because 4 requests per year were made between 2017 to 21, whereas 2010 to 2017, there are only 2 per year. And during the pandemic time, as you know, there are 118 calls for assistance to assist with healthcare staff in long-term care homes in Ontario and Quebec. But there has been clear recognition that the armed forces neither have that kind of training or dedicated domestic force, nor they have the time and opportunity costs and trade-offs are too much, because they are supposed to train in the complex evolving world. We know about Ukraine and any other things, and new technological weapons and armaments are coming in, drones and others. Things are changing. The landscape, military landscape itself is changing in a complex technological world, and our force are supposed to get involved with these evolving global threats and so on, to save Canadians, as well as in other hot spots. And when they get involved with this type of call frequently, obviously there is a direct trade-off. And that is why many of the concerned people, particularly some senior people like Richard Faden, former Deputy Minister of Defense, and head of CSIS, has stated, quote unquote, it is becoming too easy for political leaders to send armed forces to respond to domestic emergencies. And he made an argument that, quote unquote, military can't be the first line of defense in domestic disasters. Rather, they should be the last resort. And he also mentioned that we do this without talking to the provinces, municipalities, and civil society, what they could do and should do. So with this type of trade-off and high opportunity costs and our institutional arrangement, what we have got based on capacity, that means if it goes beyond the local, then we move to the regional, that is municipal, and then the provincial, and if provinces feels, and again, there's no scientific method. It's based on task force and individual provincial situation, then they call the federal government. And federal government also legislatively, there is no obligation. Again, it's negotiated settlement, a mediation, that's the it is mobilized. So it's basically an ad hoc situation. So in Canada, if you look at overall, it's a big debate right now. That means what should be the involvement? Because the frequency and intensity is going to continue to increase, especially in the case of climate change scenario. So how should we prepare ourselves now institutionally and policy-wise? It's a big, major policy issue and concern right now in Canada. So there are several options, many options. One is what has been done in the States or in Europe and many other countries. So the first one is an integrated civil military institutional arrangement with high adaptive capacity, very dynamic. So there could be early warning system with effective social media, mass media mobilization, and capacity enhancement at multiple levels with a close mutual collaborative systems and development of joint integrated administrative decision making system. What is required or what is calls for is basically the institutional arrangement and resource mobilization, not only just financial but also human mobilization, technological mobilization. Only money cannot do it. We need to scale, we need to also accumulate the learning from each experience, because each disaster gives us huge amount of experiential learning, and that needs to be systematically linked to prepare for our next events. The other one is the US model, that is FEMA model. uh, FEMA has a specific designed humanitarian disaster relief unit, which is more efficient than using experience of deployment of armed forces, which is supposed to protect the citizens from the external forces. Obviously, they are not supposed to do this job, but they're called for because the magnitude does not allow us to deal with this kind of mega events. So institutional learning becomes an asset. So in the United States, again, it's not proven very, very efficient because still we see some, political conflicts and other elements brought up. Hurricane Katrina is a major example because George Bush, president at that time, declared about a month ago emergency, and there are infighting going on locally between the mayor and the state government, Louisiana and so on, and New Orleans mayor and Louisiana. So those kind of political conflict and military should not be caught in between. The decision should come from a more, nation-based, country-based, wide, more scientific and objective decisions. Anyway, so these institutional options, policy options, need our immediate attention. Already, in Ottawa, in parliamentary hearing, these things brought up, last week or a couple of weeks ago, and I hope that we get some specific directions. And this forum and conversations help us today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
We need another USB. Okay, take it. Sure. এখানে থাকবো No. Sure. Connected. Wait. How did it got disconnected? Still disconnected. Hello? No. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Okay. Perfect. No. Stop the screen. Present. তুমি এখন বড় স্ক্রিন করে দাও। Sure. Thank you, Professor Imdad. Now it's our pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Nirupama Agrawal from York University. She is also the director of this project. Professor Nirupama, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kausar Ahmed. Good morning, everyone. I'm Niru Agrawal. I'm a professor of disaster and emergency management at York University. I'm so pleased and honored to be co-hosting this workshop with my colleagues, Dr. Haq and Dr. Ahmed. Sincere thanks to Dr. Saidman, director of the CDSN you just heard from, for inviting us to join this team on the Minds Grant, as he mentioned in his remarks. So that has allowed us to organize this meeting and engage in this mind-stimulating discussions, sharing ideas and new thinking for the future of emergency management in Canada. I'll keep my remarks really short so that we get to the real agenda of the day. I'd like to start by sharing a few of my perspectives as a researcher. So recently I wrote a piece which I wanted to be displayed while I talk. So this is with a brilliant student of mine and in the disaster emergency management program at York University. And during our research, we came across eye-opening facts that over the past decade, the Canadian Armed Forces have experienced a 40% increase in weather-related missions and the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a biological hazard. Some of the recent extreme events from coast to coast, including the pandemic, couldn't be managed without the help of the forces. So at this rate, Canada's dependence on military-led emergency management will fast outpace the forces' defense capabilities. If I could quote a well-known and wise philosopher, Hegel, who more than 2 centuries ago said, and I quote, "The owl of Minerva begins its flight only with the coming of the dusk." suggesting the wisdom of hindsight. And that is exactly what we aspire to do here, to draw insights from past events and forge a path forward that is strategically superior and practically feasible and smart. The balancing act of utilizing resources at home and abroad has become more challenging, ever more challenging when faced with nature triggered events causing havoc in the country while wars and conflicts are raging overseas. Human nature is at odds here with Mother Nature in terms of extensive modifications done to the landscape for all kinds of reasons and development needs that are making the behaviors of the simplest of the natural phenomena, such as rain, snow, and tropical storms, unpredictable. To add more layers of complexities in terms of public safety and emergency preparedness, include the concern around the Arctic sovereignty of Canada, the potential for cyber attacks on essential services. And everything that we are talking about goes hand in hand with these domino effects of a singular primary event, such as extreme rainfall. This is certainly not the first time and wouldn't be the last that we must seek consultation and guidance to better understand what's going on and how to best manage and adapt to the new abnormal. It is, after all, supposed to be an ever evolving process. I mean, the planet Earth. The conventional tools and mechanisms, which must have been new and innovative once, are no longer adequate in the current climate, calling for a reset of the sorts. COVID 19 also contributed to the exposure of cracks in our society and institutions. And we all know in that case, it took thousands of lives before we realized that multiple measures simultaneously, not one at a time, like wearing a mask and social distancing and hand washing and testing, tracing, and isolating, were needed to mitigate the risk. I guess I'm making a case for an approach that is rooted in whole of society and whole of government. So I end by posing two questions to think about. How can Canada optimize its response capabilities and capacities to low probability, high consequence events in order to minimize impacts on people and the economy? And how can Canada's existing national security and emergency management institutions and frameworks adapt before this country is unable to support a coordinated response to large scale and concurrent events affecting the national interest? So, just to end, sincere thanks to all speakers and stakeholders for accepting our invitation to partake in this important discussion. I look forward to engaging with all of you today and tomorrow. And a quick heads up, we will organize a sister event, the second event of this series in Toronto in March next year. So please stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Nirupama. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's our privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Ankerson, to the stage. And before he starts, we'll set up his PowerPoint and let me read his very brief bio. Dr. Christopher Ankerson is a clinical associate professor at the Center for Global Affairs, where he teaches in the Transnational Security concentration. Prior to joining NYU, Christopher was the security advisor for the United Nations system in Thailand between 2012 and 2017. Previously, he held positions at the United Nations Assistance to the Khmer Rouge trials in Phnom Penh, Cambodia between 2010 and 12, the United Nations office in Geneva 2007 and 10, and Vienna between 2006 and 7. And of course, finally with the Department of Safety and Security in New York, where he was the desk officer for Iraq. From 2002 to 2004, Dr. Ankerson was a Ralph Dandorf Scholar at the London School of Economics and Political Science. He has taught at the LSE, the London Centre for International Relations, King's College, London, Cardiff University, and Royal Military College of Canada, and has lectured Staff College in Canada, Australia, and Denmark. So it's absolutely an honor to have Professor Ankerson this morning with us. Sir, welcome to Winnipeg and welcome to today's session. Floor is yours. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Professors Hack, Agrawal, Ahmed, and Sadiman for inviting me to Winnipeg to take part in this important discussion and in this stunning setting. I have to say it's always nice to be back in Canada, even when it's 20 below. Recently, I've been accused of not being Canadian enough, for which I can only say sorry. While I've never lived in Winnipeg, I do have 3 connections to the city. First, my grandfather arrived here as a baker, of all things, from Denmark in 1926, and my father was born in St. Boniface 10 years later. The rest, as they say, is biography. Second, my amazing daughter is a student at Royal Winnipeg Ballet School here in the city. She and my wonderful wife live here, following the dream one day of becoming a professional ballerina. My third connection, though, is more germane to today's topic. In 1997, as part of what was then the Canadian Army's largest deployment since the Korean War, I was deployed just south of the city fighting the Red River. And while I have several anecdotes, some of which might be best shared over a beer, I do have one that I'll share publicly. In one village, we arrived slightly ahead of the crest of the river's flood to discuss how best to defend that village. And as the military, a handful of rather useless infantry officers like myself and one very useful combat engineer, we met with the mayor of this tiny settlement, explaining exactly what the capabilities we had and what could be accomplished in the time before the crest arrived. There was not time to save the entire village, unfortunately, but the engineering officer reckoned that either the northern half or the southern half could probably be defended with earthworks and sandbags, etc. The mayor considered this for a moment and then said, "You guys showed up with all this amazing gear, all this equipment, all these trained people, you choose." Well, of course, we explained to him that we couldn't do that. We were the military, and it was not for us to make these kinds of decisions. It was for the duly elected civilian representative of the people to decide. So he considered this some more, and he said, "Well, it seems that no matter what I decide, half of the village is going to be upset. So then I won't decide at all." And all of us Army officers looked at each other, and finally our commanding officer said, "Well, if you don't decide, then we can't help you." "That's fine," said the mayor. "If I don't decide, the water will impact everyone equally, and I can't be blamed." So we packed up our equipment and we left, and we headed downstream to try and help some other village, scratching our heads the entire time. Now, I bring up this rather puzzling episode because I believe it illustrates many of the issues surrounding the matter of multi-stakeholder responses to nature-triggered extreme events. And the first point I want to make is that disaster response is an inherently political matter. Harold Lasswell's test of politics being that if you are in any way involved in answering the following question, who gets what, when, and how, you are involved in politics. This is inescapable, no matter how much we try to frame disaster response as a technical or procedural issue. Moreover, it's not just that the response is political, but so is preparation, planning that goes into prevention, mitigation, and adaptation. And equally, and probably more importantly, the planning that doesn't go into these activities is also political. The second point I would make is that if we look at the military as a possible responder solely through a capability lens, this is very misleading. Of course, the military has ample equipment, a functioning chain of command, self-reliant logistics and communications, training and planning and decision-making. And therefore, it can be tempting to expect them to take up the burden and shoulder the load when disaster strikes. Military expenditure, even in Canada, represents one of the largest chunks of the government's discretionary spending. Thousands of soldiers, sailors, and Air Force personnel are ready to respond to a range of contingencies. So why not focus their efforts on such domestic operations? Now, there are existing mechanisms for Canadian Armed Forces response, of course, and the Canadian Armed Forces does respond to all kinds of natural disasters from coast to coast to coast. But that response comes at several prices. So let's examine some of those costs. First, and I think it's important to state this, that currently the Canadian Armed Forces is under strength by about 10,000. The same can be said for other militaries too. The United States, the United Kingdom, and the Australian militaries are struggling in similar ways. What is not well understood, though, is that in order to get 10,000 trained, effective personnel, that is to say, completely trained and deployable to a unit, the Canadian Armed Forces needs to attract many, many more people than that. The attrition from applicant to enrollee to recruit undergoing basic training to a member of the unit is about 8 to 1. And so that means that in order to make up its personnel deficit, the Canadian Armed Forces needs to attract 80,000 additional Canadians. Now, I don't bring this up to get into the details of the recruiting and retention challenge, but rather to highlight that the Canadian Armed Forces is not in a position to take on an infinite number of additional tasks without serious trade-offs having to be made. And so we might consider, as was mentioned before, the opportunity cost. What could a larger emergency response role prevent the Canadian Armed Forces from doing? Now, that decision, of course, is also a political one, and one that the military should not get the final word on. It is not for the military to rule out particular missions or tasks based on its preferences or its own interpretation of its role. And I think a risk-based case could be made, I'm not going to make it here, but could be made for an increased domestic focus from the Canadian Armed Forces. As Steve Sademan said, the consequences of natural disasters needs to be seen in contrast with the probability of something like a foreign invasion, for example. So if we're going to do this on a risk-based level, it's not just about traditional roles or preferences, but we really need to look down and say, where is that money being best spent? Currently, the Canadian Armed Forces is supporting NATO forward presence in Latvia, training Ukrainian forces in Europe, as well as a few other tasks around the world. At the same time, the government is considering responding to the grave situation in Haiti, and its recently published Indo-Pacific strategy has potential implications for the Canadian Armed Forces too. Would all of this be sustainable alongside an increased role for the CAF in responding to nature-triggered emergencies? Beyond matters of availability and capability, though, we need to better appreciate the wider issues at play here. As was mentioned, in Canada, natural disasters are largely an issue for the provinces. As was mentioned, this is linked to the notion that the provinces have exclusive jurisdiction over, responsibility for, and enjoy the benefits arising from the management of public lands. They benefit from the proceeds of natural resources, and therefore it's logical that they would be charged with their upkeep, including responding when those natural resources are falling down out of the mountains onto highways, for example, or forests are burning. The federal government does not have a statutory role in this regard. While there are mechanisms to provide support, they are predicated in Canada on the principle of accountability residing at the lowest level. Now, this is enshrined in the British North America Act, the notion that the provinces have jurisdiction over natural resources, so it's not something we can just wish away very easily. As one Canadian emergency management textbook puts it, Canada takes a bottom-up approach to emergency management. This means that community-level government takes responsibility for emergencies within its borders. In large events or when local resources are becoming exhausted, the community will look to the provincial or territorial government for support. However, the province or territory won't take over. Rather, it will aim to supplement the required resources so that the community can continue to manage the event. When federal resources are needed, the province will request those from federal agencies, but the local community remains in charge of the response, except, of course, as we've seen in the anecdote with the mayor, when they don't want to be. But this emergency management model is, if not unique, it's certainly different than some of the comparators. It's very different than that used in the United Kingdom, which has a modified unitary form of government, or in the United States, which does have a federal system, but where responsibility is transferred to the higher jurisdiction upon its deployment. So if FEMA is deployed to a disaster area in Louisiana or Florida, it takes on jurisdiction. It's not just augmenting what's going on at the local level. So at first glance, our system may seem to be superior. It's more strictly democratic. It involves the grassroots model very much more. However, there are drawbacks, depending especially on whose perspective we adopt. So while the Canadian Armed Forces deploys to support affected communities, the costs of those deployments, even in simplest terms, such as the use of consumable materials such as fuel, they're not recouped. Now, while there are mechanisms for such reimbursement, it's simply not done in Canada. Perhaps it's seen as adding insult to injury to make the affected communities pay for the deployment, but as the scale, scope, intensity, frequency, and complexity of natural disasters increases, as we move further and further into the climate emergency, the potential proportion of the defense budget being spent on these resources would likewise grow. And as the costs increase for these kinds of responses, it's highly unlikely that the provinces will want to shoulder them. The bottom-up approach can and does fall prey to issues of moral hazard, a situation where an actor has an incentive to increase its exposure to risk because it does not bear the full costs of that risk. Moreover, the provinces, as recent events have made clear, prefer to cast the federal government in the role of the bad guy when the chips are down. Much as the mayor was more than happy for the military to assume responsibility for unpopular moves, so too are the provinces. Instead of, say, levying extra taxes to fund natural disaster response, there's a temptation to push what the American legal and political scholar Rosa Brooks has called the easy button and have the military come to the rescue with no financial strings attached, or at least not at the level of the province. This hints again at this wider question of who should respond. Of course, there are already many such responders that I'm not going to mention except in passing here, but who will, and this will no doubt form a lot of the discussion today and tomorrow. A non-exhaustive list would include municipal and First Nations first responders, private sector actors. Think of, for example, the role that the Canadian National and Canadian Pacific Railways play when they have to reconstitute their capability. Moreover, there are a number of what I'm calling outsourced implementing partners, such as the Canadian Red Cross, who perform a large number of specialized tasks on behalf of the provinces, territories, and the federal government in return for a considerable amount of funding. Add to these formal volunteer groups, such as Team Rubicon, and of course, we can't forget community resilience itself, the resources and the grit of the people most affected by the disasters. But if we're not going to talk about the military as being the federal response mechanism, then could there be a different civilian federal response body? And many people point to Public Safety Canada as one possible vehicle in this regard. However, if this were to be the case, it would run into a similar problem of jurisdiction. Public Safety Canada is currently charged with a coordination role, not an implementation one. Recall that Canada operates on the principle of supplementarity, not subsidiarity, when it comes to responsibility for emergency management. So any federal response would be augmenting provincial and municipal response, not eclipsing it. The problem with a federal approach extends beyond who bears the blame. Decisions made at the lowest level can have consequences for further jurisdictions who are powerless to do very much about it. And this is what I'm calling some kind of horizontal moral hazard in addition to the vertical one. Imagine a situation similar to that where the British Columbia was hit by this atmospheric river and had enormous amounts of flooding in 2021. All 5 highways could be cut off, basically severing the province from the rest of the country. Which one gets repaired first? Is it going to be the one where the sitting premier's home riding lies, or the one that carries goods from other provinces to and from the major port on the Pacific coast? The current system does not allow for any supervening. The decision on who gets what, when, and how is firmly and solely in the hands of that single premier. So what are some of the options then that might address these challenges? The first is to take the easy but unsatisfactory route and keep things as they are. The second would be to touch the third rail of Canadian politics and change the Constitution. I'll leave that to discussion perhaps. Or, and this is a bit out of the box, but we could designate major natural disasters as matters of national defense, thereby allowing the federal government to exercise its jurisdiction, again, in keeping with the original division of responsibilities envisioned in the British North America Act. Now, such a broadening of security is not unheard of. Academically, the notion of broadening and deepening security beyond that of national security into the realm of human security is well developed and perhaps is worth looking at. However, even if the Canadian Armed Forces were to see an increased role on the basis of this designation, keeping staffing challenges aside, there are still other potential costs, although not strict economic ones. Those costs, as I've presented elsewhere, take the form of a blurring, a fuzziness in the boundaries between several different aspects of disaster management and response. Now, the first two of these blurrings, I've kind of covered a little bit today, so let me just mention them briefly. The first would be the blur between the last resort, which is the Canadian Armed Forces' current perspective, and the only option, which is the moral hazard argument taken to its extreme. The Canadian Armed Forces likes to think of itself as the last resort, but if no one is making any other plans or making any other investments, that last resort moves up the queue, you become the only option. This then leads to a blur between disaster response being a once-in-a-while task for the military and becoming some kind of business as usual for the Canadian Armed Forces, requiring additional training, additional investments, and a real shift in orientation. Now, there are two other blurs that are in a different category, and I'm going to cover them in a little bit more detail. The first would be a blur between safety and security. When the military is deployed to a disaster to aid in public safety, there is often a temptation to have them assist or even perform security tasks. One such occasion occurred after the flooding of High River, Alberta in 2013. The military were deployed there to do disaster tasks. But when the RCMP moved into the area and began searching homes for unsecured firearms, they expected the military to assist them. There was a great deal of toing and froing between Land Force Western Area, as it was then called, and National Defence Headquarters. Ultimately, the military refrained from aiding the Mounties, but the temptation was there. And you could see it in the email records back and forth about the notion that this was a responsibility for the Canadian Armed Forces to do. Now, safety and security are two distinct tasks which rely on two different articles of the National Defence Act, and for good reason. We don't want the involvement of the military in any kind of disaster response to cross over into law enforcement tasks without proper consideration and authority. The last blurring is between the military acting as an agent and the military acting as an auditor. Currently, the military acts as an agent of the civilian authorities, largely at the provincial level, as we've said, merely executing the tasks assigned to them. However, we have seen a few examples, especially during the response to the public health emergency known as COVID-19, perhaps you've heard of it, that were, due to the gravity of the situation, kind of brought to the fore. So when the military personnel assisted in long-term care facilities in Ontario and Quebec, they felt compelled to share their observations on the literal Dickensian state of many of those establishments. By putting the military into this position, they felt that they had no other recourse but to mention this in an open letter. In the future, are we going to be comfortable with the military, as it increasingly responds to emergencies, having occasion to comment on the state of provincial preparedness, for example, or call out other kinds of decisions? What would have happened, for instance, if we, the military, had made public the decision made by that mayor in 1997? Would that have constituted political interference? Or was our not reporting it likewise a form of political interference? So these are just a few of the many questions I think that will need to be considered as we move further into a world marked by more, bigger, and more frequent nature-triggered emergencies. Thanks for your attention, and I look forward to any Q&A now, and certainly mixing and mingling with you during the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. What an insightful presentation. Thank you once again. So the floor is open for the question and answer session for the keynote speaker.
Anyone? Anyone?
Chris, that was a great talk. A lot of really interesting contradictions and conflicts you raised. I really like the whole either you choose to decide or you don't choose to decide, both are political. I wanted to flash up my favorite, if you will, lyric. Even if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. But Chris, in your own talk, you chose not to decide. So what would you recommend to the government, either provincial or federal, to improve our responses or to prevent a degradation of responses given the increased stress that they have? What policy options would you recommend?
Yeah, I think, as I tried to tease out, I think there is a real synergy in using the Canadian Armed Forces in this way, bracketing the fact that it's a little bit under the weather at the moment and needs to get that sorted out, which might take a while. But if that is going to be the case, I think we do run into these legal issues. They are always, if we leave it as it is, they are going to be a tasked and requested organization that then has to kind of react to whatever good or bad decision making that they encounter. I think what's missing, though, really more is this more holistic view of natural disasters across the country, and just focusing on who responds in a way misses out that larger piece. I don't think there's any way to escape the fact, regardless of who does the responding, that the provinces probably need to pay for that. If they're going to be owning the wood lots, if they're going to be owning the natural resources, which they take great pride in and are quite happy to crow. In some cases, when you go to Alberta, for example, you might think that Ralph Klein planted the dinosaurs in the ground 70 million years ago and had such wisdom and foresight to grant the future generations of Alberta petroleum products. I mean, they're quite happy to benefit from these. So therefore, I think the responsibility to pay for this, both in the short and long term, needs to come from them. So if we're talking solely about who responds, whether that's the Canadian Armed Forces or a FEMA type mechanism, it's going to have to be paid for by the provinces, which is an unpopular decision. And I think whether they levy their own carbon tax or something along those lines to make sure that the users and beneficiaries of those resources are essentially putting money away for a rainy day in order to pay for that, I think that's the larger piece. The legal issues can probably be sorted out, but if you look at the national framework now, it's all very kind of cooperative and coordinated, and it doesn't say very much, because actually where the rubber meets the road, nobody's actually willing to kind of crack that egg to make an omelet. So I guess my first response is not so much who does the responding, as in what color hat do they wear? Are they a Katimavik kind of reboot? Are they the Canadian Armed Forces? Is it the primary reserve of the Canadian Armed Forces being kind of hived off from a expeditionary role and given this domestic role? At some point, you're going to have to actually figure out who's going to do the payment. In my estimation, that needs to come from the provinces.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any more questions?
Behind you.
Thank you so much for the very interesting talk. I have a couple of very quick questions, tangential maybe. The first one related to the 8-to-1 attrition that you were talking about. Is there a way to reduce that? And is that inherent to the military, or is something inherent to the training itself? And the other one is related to, well, we know that the increase of these problems that we're having are related to climate, which is something that humans are causing. And in that sense, one could say that a way to prepare is by mitigating how much carbon we still put in the atmosphere. So just wondering about what is the military approach for reducing the current carbon footprint?
Yeah, those are great questions. And certainly in terms of the second one, I'm probably not an expert into what current processes they do. I would say that Canadian Armed Forces is a very good example of a civilianly controlled military, in the sense that when there are federal government mandates on fuel use or turning off the lights or not smoking in your office, the Canadian Armed Forces is not in any way immune from those measures. So they're not cut off from, they're not a legal entity unto themselves. So whatever the Canadian government has decided for climate reducing mechanisms, the military is very much part of that. In other elements of environmental impact, for example, if there are migratory bird nesting areas within a training area, the Canadian Armed Forces is very sensitive to making sure that they're not disturbed. Again, following on from the federal mandate. So in that sense, I don't think they're doing anything independently of that, but they're certainly following whatever is going on within the federal government. So better fuel mix, reduction of unnecessary trips, the use of Zoom and Teams as a way of reducing unnecessary travel, all of that kind of broad brush stuff is going on. I think it brings up a more interesting point, though, and that is this notion of how do militaries address and understand the notion of climate? Is it a security issue? And for example, when we've seen that broadly, that can take a number of dimensions. One is to securitize the issue of climate itself and essentially turn it into a threat that then needs to be addressed as a potential source of harm for the country. And that's what I was talking about, where you end up making climate issues as a defense matter. But there have been, for example, in the United States, a few other ways of looking at this, saying, well, actually, climate change is threatening the military's ability to respond. So if your air bases are underwater, as they are sometimes in the United States, or if your naval bases are subject to rising sea levels, then the military capability itself is being impacted by climate change. So that's a different way. I think there's much more advancement on the second aspect, militaries being impacted by climate, as opposed to recasting climate as a national security problem in and of itself. To your first question, this 8-to-1 ratio. When I did research on this 20 years ago, it was about 7-1. Now it's about 8-1. And what I mean by that is somebody kind of knocking on the door of a recruiting center, interested and attracted to the potentiality, all the way to somebody standing at a unit as a trained effective soldier. What goes in between that is, as you can imagine, everything from medical checks to background checks to actually enrollment, going through basic training. People kind of fall out of that process along the way for a number of reasons. Could you speed that up? Medical checks are very time consuming often because of the limited number of resources that are applied to that task. More resources, more different solutions could be done. Outsource that a bit more, for example. Background checks, again, you could throw more people at the problem to process those more quickly, but people still may fail them, right? Contacts with criminal groups, contacts with use of particular drugs in their background, for example, that can inevitably mean that not everybody that knocks on the door of the recruiting center is going to make it through that pipeline. Similarly, issues of physical fitness. If somebody just isn't fit enough to make it through, you can build in, and they have tried to, for example, posting fitness regimes that you might undertake on your own before you even approach a recruiting center to try to up that base level of fitness. So there are many different levers in there that could be sped up, but I think the military is very cautious of saying, well, let's just waive medical checks or let's just waive physical fitness checks, because you're just kind of putting that problem further into the pipeline. You may indeed get that person to a unit, but then if they have a dodgy leg or a dodgy knee or something, you're just going to lose them later on anyway. So I think there may be a kind of a bigger resource allocation to these segments of that pipeline, but I don't think you can actually take very many of those segments out of the pipeline, if that makes sense. So whether it's 8-1, or maybe you get it back down to 7-1, or maybe even down to say 6 or 5-1, you're still talking between 50 and 80,000 extra Canadians essentially knocking on the door of a recruiting center if you hope to meet that 10,000 person target, which is fairly ambitious. I think it goes very much beyond the routine steady state. In normal years, Canadian Armed Forces is kind of bringing in about 1,500 or so and losing about 1,400 or so through retirement, through separation. So the net growth of the Canadian Armed Forces in a steady state year is in the hundreds, for example, in the low hundreds. So to bring in an extra 10,000, and again, whether that's done over a year or over 5 years, you still have, it's an extraordinary effort on the part of not only the recruiting side, but then taking people away from their homes and putting them into basic training situations where you need to steal a sergeant or a corporal, for example, from a unit. That sergeant or corporal is no longer now available to go to the Ukraine, no longer available to go respond to the ice storm. He or she is actually training recruits at the recruit school. You're moving people around to kind of focus on that activity. So even the process of growing is not something that you can just kind of interrupt and say, well, we're going to pause basic training for 3 weeks while you go off and respond to the floods. It's not something that can really be done that easily. So it's a slightly complicated problem.
Thank you. I was just wondering on this last question. I guess my question was a little bit more related to, is there something, for instance, if you want to train people outside of the military in some kind of civil organization, will that rate grow? And how can it make it easier for training people, or if this actually the training for disaster relief in the problem itself, or is something that the military, as training somebody to be part of the military, that is even harder.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so currently the Canadian Armed Forces trains those people to be effective across a range of contingencies, right? They're planning essentially for war, and then the notion is that out of that, peace enforcement, peace support, assistance to natural disasters would be subsidiary skills. Not often, certainly in basic training, no one is learning how to use a chainsaw. No one in basic training is learning how to do the kinds of, anti-landslide or cleaning up from a landslide. Those skills are not usually taught at all, And if they are, it's kind of like, well, we've been called up to go. We need to kind of do a refresher on who here knows how to use a chainsaw. Okay, go teach those other 4 people how to use it so we can go somewhere. Combat engineer units, for example, have more training in those as they use them to build obstacles or clear obstacles in their kind of warfighting tasks. But there isn't really a real focus right now in any training sense across the Canadian Armed Forces for those kinds of domestic operations. When they go fight forest fires, for example, they throw 130 soldiers at it and basically, not to make light of it, but drop your rifle, pick up a shovel, and let's go do it. They may be trained kind of on the job by a professional wildfire fighter from a province, but it's very much kind of ad hoc as you go. Nobody is receiving that kind of domestic emergency response training as certainly not a part of that basic training. That basically trained person shows up at a unit with literally basic training. They can do drill, they can strip and assemble a rifle. They know a few things about a few things, but if they're a sailor, for example, then they have to actually learn how to do sailor stuff. If they're a soldier, they have to then go and actually learn how to drive the particular vehicle that they need to drive or use the particular weapon system beyond the very, very basic ones. So that 8-to-1 just gets you somebody essentially welcome to the unit. Then they still require additional skills or particular trades. And none of that includes emergency response type training.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That will be end of our Q&A session. So once again, very heartfelt thank to Professor Christopher Anderson for a wonderful speech, so much of insights, and we look forward to talking to you tomorrow as well in order to find a strategy of the best use of national asset. Thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now our next presenter is Major Nate Leswitz, and we welcome him for his part now. And as we set him up his presentation, let me read his bio. Major Nate joined the Army Reserve in 2002 in 38th Service Battalion in Winnipeg, and before remustering to the regular forces in 2003, he was commissioned as an infantry officer in 2006 after completing his Bachelor of Science at the University of Manitoba. He deployed on Operation Athena to Afghanistan in 2009 and 10 as a platoon commander. He then held various command and staff positions across Canada until 2021, when he took over his current position as the Joint Task Force West Liaison Officer to the Manitoba Provincial Government. Major Nate, welcome to the workshop, and we look forward to hearing you. Thank you.
Thank you for the intro. While we're loading up my presentation, would it be all right to take a 5-minute break? I know I have to go to the washroom.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So it went upside down. Sometimes the orientation has to be flipped here. Well, here we go. Just pull that out. We might have to go like this. Very good. So we could,
Oh, no.
That's all right. Try the first one again. Maybe should be it. Yeah. May not have been in all the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think you got it. I'll be right back.
Okay, I think we're ready to continue. Let me just adjust the microphone here. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here. I first of all would just like to make sure I understand who we have in the audience. I think we've got some people from University of Brandon. Do we have people from University of Brandon in the audience? Oh, one back there. Okay, perfect. University of Winnipeg or University of Manitoba? Back over here. Okay, everyone grouped over there perfectly. We've got some of our keynote speakers, and then I think we've got some public safety or EMO personnel as well. So thanks very much. It's great to be here. Great to talk to everyone. So my name, Major Nate Malistravich. Essentially, I work as the provincial liaison officer on behalf of the Canadian Armed Forces to the provincial government. So I talk with, I usually say that there's a tripod that I work with, which is public safety, the provincial EMO, but I also work with a whole large amount of other government departments, Indigenous Services Canada, Canadian Red Cross, everyone who's in the interagency emergency preparedness and coordination group that we talk and coordinate with. Okay, as I go through my presentation, if there's any questions, this is going to be very, very interactive. So if you want to have interrupt me at any point, no problem, put your hand up. Or if there's questions online, just let me know, and we can go forward as we continue. So what I hope to get out of this presentation for you is to have a from your own level of understanding to the military to increase what we are, what we do, what our capabilities are, and how to interact with the military, specifically for domestic operations. Okay, I will be honest up front. We do use a lot of acronyms in the Canadian Armed Forces. These are just a number of acronyms that I use on a semi-daily basis, but the military does have an entire spreadsheet designed for referencing for acronyms. So if anyone has any questions on that, don't hesitate to let me know. And if I use any acronyms in this presentation, sometimes I'll do it without realizing I'm doing it. So, put your hand up and say, hey, Nate, what does that acronym mean? So for anyone who doesn't know the role of the Canadian Armed Forces, it's outlined in our capstone document, Strong, Secure, Engaged. Primarily, defend Canada, contribute to the defense of North America, protect Canadian interests at home and abroad. It's pretty generic in the role. It's the minutia and how we get that done. And what I would like to highlight here is unlimited liability. So what that means is that we're unique in the Canadian Armed Forces in that we have and we can be ordered into dangerous circumstances, up to including the risk of death. And we have to follow those legal orders. There's no other organization or company or anything in the civilian sector that has that same risk management capability. So I'll talk a little bit about the organization as the CAF as a part of the federal government. We'll talk a little bit about ranks, insignia, and a little bit of traits. And I think that's important because for people who are going to be working in the public sector, potentially future government officials, you can tell a lot about a soldier, an aviator, a sailor just on their uniform alone, and to have an understanding of what a major is, what a warrant officer is, what a sergeant is, and some idea of our trades. So as a component of the federal government, the Department of National Defense, we do fall under the Minister of National Defense as our overall boss, and then the CDS General Wayne Eyre is overall in charge of the military. There are a number of lower organizations in the military. On the left, on the bottom gray is the Canadian Joint Operations Command. So anytime there's a operation, either domestically or internationally, they're the HQ or the headquarters that's in charge of the oversight for that operation. The next are Canadian Forces Special Operations, the Royal Canadian Navy, the Army, and the Royal Canadian Air Force, as well as some administrative functions and the Intelligence Command. Those are essentially force generating, which means that they provide soldiers, sailors, and aviators to do operations, expeditionary and domestic. And I've got some of the numbers up in there. Those are in red because they fluctuate on a fairly regular basis. And as was mentioned, we want to be a little fuller than we are right now. So a little bit on our ranking system. You can see here the ranks in the military are broken down into two categories: commissioned officers and non-commissioned members. And officers, we're called commissioned because we receive a commission from the Queen or the Sovereign or the Governor General to give orders to subordinate officers and non-commissioned members on behalf of the Crown. And they're bound by law to follow. And I put the asterisks in there is that the caveat is that it has to be a legal order, right? I can't just tell another member of the Canadian Forces to jump off a bridge. There has to be a legal reason and requirement to do so. And so you can see on the left-hand side, the NCMs or non-commissioned members from the lowest rank, which is private, which is the one chevron, up into corporal, master corporal, sergeant, warrant officer, master warrant officer, and chief warrant officer. And then the officer ranks, second lieutenant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, and general. And they're sort of equivalent in their visual spacing. It can be a little hard to understand the structure, but so over here on the central screen, so for example, a second lieutenant has a commission, but is in sort of equal responsibility and position to a sergeant and a warrant officer, even though they'll have the actual authority, if that makes any sense. And for anyone who doesn't have any background, if there's any questions, just please let me know.
You just mentioned about legality, that has to be legal order. Is it civil legal systems or military has its own? legal interpretation?
Yeah, we do have our own sort of legal framework on how everything operates under the National Defense Act. I'm an infantry officer by trade. I'm not a legal officer, so there is a lot of very specific requirements on the difference between the civilian and legal side. If that answers your question. Okay. Yep. Thank you. So a little further into this, what I've done is, and I'll have this for future reference. Unfortunately, I didn't bring out any printed copies, but I will have some copies tomorrow. Just let me know afterwards, and I'll make sure you have a copy. Overall, for the key ranks, we've got the average age, the average years in, so years in the military, and the education for all the key rank levels. And this is just, the statistically average for each rank in the Canadian Forces. And I will note that the Navy and some specific trades have different styles of ranks. So, a master corporal in the Army is equivalent to a master sailor in the Navy. And the reason that, here we go, got one build slide here. So all the ranks that are outlined in red, the reason that I put them in there is that they're the most likely to be interacted with on a domestic operation. So a warrant officer here on the bottom, normally about 44 years old, about 20 years in the military, they'll be in charge of up to 20 or 30 people. And they could be, tasked out to support a response to a flood in a village, or a group of 30 soldiers during a landslide, that type of thing. And you can see over on the right hand side here the lieutenant colonel, who would normally be in charge of a larger number of people, up to 600. They're equivalent of like a master's degree, fully bilingual at that point in their career. So there's a lot of training that we put into the people that are responsible for domestic operations. So for insignia, you can probably see on my uniform, I've got a couple different badges, and this is common, for most militaries and for people in different positions. And each of these insignias, badges, they all mean something. Either the geographical location of that individual, what their trade is, or what their specific job is, what their command function is. It can all be sort of very easily identified just on their uniform. This is important for us because, there's, close to 100,000 people, 100,000 people in the military. I don't personally know every single one of them, but just by looking at someone's uniform, I can tell, okay, that person is lieutenant colonel. So they have they've got over 20 years in, they've got advanced degrees, they've got training. I can tell what region of Canada they're from. I can tell what trade they are. It's all on the insignia. And we do have a internet available website where you can go in and take a look and see what someone is. Okay, question? Yeah.
So how do you the text or you're this one and then next will be determined automatically, or you could apply for, how they kind of move up?
Nope. Yeah, excellent question. So that was how do you essentially progress in ranks is what I think the question was. And a lot of it, there's a couple of different steps. So if you join in the military, as I did as a non-commissioned member, as a private, the next progression to the rank of corporal is based on time in. So after 2 years, you can progress to the rank of corporal. After that, there's a requirement to get a new qualification and training to progress to the next rank level. And it starts to get competitive based on your performance and your potential. So depending on, how you're doing every year, if you're fulfilling your roles, if you're making it easier for your boss to do his or her job, if you've got the requirements, then you can progress to the next level. At a certain point, for example, when you get from warrant to master warrant officer, chief warrant officer, and from captain to major and beyond, you need to get secondary language. So I had to take French training to get promoted to the next rank level. Additionally, the military rewards further education. So if you want to get a master's degree on your own time, that helps you out for progression to the next rank level and can be a requirement when you get to colonel and beyond. Good question. Any further ones? Okay, we'll keep going. Yeah, and always, if you're ever interacting with someone in the military and you're not sure what some of their insignia are, you can ask. They're totally fine answering questions, and they're happy to do so. Just a very quick little bit about trades. You've probably heard me mention trade a couple times. So that's essentially our job in the military. So for example, I'm an infantry officer. That is my trade. Combat engineer is a trade, but we've got, we used to say that there's an equivalent for every job in the civilian side. There's an equivalent trade in the military that has that responsibility. I break it down into 3 subsections or subfunctions. The combat arms are the people that do their primary function in a war zone, like the infantry, fighter pilots, naval warfare officers. Combat support functions, where they're doing their job in support of the people in the combat arms, and the combat service support that are supporting everyone throughout. It doesn't matter where they're doing their job. All of these functions are necessary for us, and not all of them are done in Canada or overseas. They're done all the way throughout. So just a little statistical analysis on the Canadian Armed Forces right now. There's a couple of charts from our department analytics page. I don't have the specific numbers on everything, but you can see a sort of layout of, the personnel in the military by the rank. You can see by the different trades. You can see at the bottom in the center here that, there's more infantry soldiers in the military than anything else because it's the most person power intensive. And you can see that the most likely rank that you're going to find is at the corporal level. There's also a breakdown at the top of, gender, environment of Air Force, Navy, Army, that sort of thing. But the key takeaway for this is that even though we've got lots and lots of people in the military, it takes a lot to make sure that our soldiers, sailors, and aviators are ready to go. So for every military member that's doing something, and that's very nebulous, doing something, what does that mean? But doing an operation, helping fill sandbags, going overseas, it takes at least 2 or 3 other people to help and make sure that that person is able to do their function. I know I put the word stuff on there, and I put it on there 3 times. I usually don't like that word, but if you want someone to do stuff, someone else has to help them do that stuff. So a little bit about if we're deployed on a domestic operation in Canada, there's always going to be an operations center. So the military is always in charge of our own soldiers, but we fall under someone else's plan. But there's always a command function for that element. And what type of operations center is dictated by the size or the complexity of the task. So I broke it down to the tactical, operational, and strategic level, but at a tactical level, if there's 100 persons or less, it's usually a command post, which is a smaller organization. It can be just a vehicle that the command post operates out of. If there's more than that, more than 100 people, less than 400, then it'll be a tactical operations center. And for larger operations, it'll be a joint operations center or a JOC. So, there's a lot of words, but I got some pictures on there. You can see on the left-hand side, if there's a smaller level, this is just in the back of the vehicle. So that is, a handful of soldiers with a radio, a map, and maybe a smartphone, and they're organizing everything as they go, just on the fly. They're very mobile. They can move around as the situation dictates. The tactical operations center in the back, believe it or not, this is actually inside of a vehicle as well. We've got a command trailer that's sort of it's like a semi-trailer that opens up for more space, more computing capacity, more communications capacity, more personnel capacity to manage a larger footprint. And then the joint operations center, that's more in a stable location. It doesn't move. It's in an area the size of this room, and it can handle a lot more organizational capacities. It's usually with Air Force, Navy, other governmental organizations, other militaries can interact, and that's the level of complexity that they can handle. Okay, So a little bit on how we deal and plan with operations. We use the operational planning process, which is a NATO standardized way to plan for operations. And the way we do this, or the reasons that we do this, is to make sure that we have efficiency in our resources, and so that there's less likelihood that we are going to misuse our resources, and that we consider all aspects of the image, or correction, of the problem. We start with the initiation, where the commander will identify what his criteria are, what his responsibilities are and priorities, and we'll start the process going. We get through an orientation where we have to define the problem to understand the problem space. We develop different courses of action. There's an acronym, COA, courses of action, where we try to understand what our options are. Then we develop a plan, and then we do plan reviews. So it's an ongoing process. So the operational planning process, or OPP, it's scalable, so we can do it down to the tactical level. If it's just 4 or 5 guys, we call it battle procedure. Any higher than that, we do this. And for the question that was asked, do you need certain qualifications to get to a certain rank level? Every Army officer, the rank of major, is trained in this. So that's something that they all have to be capable of doing in any function for the planning and operations. Okay, a little bit of domestic operations. We're still good on time, so we've got plenty of time for questions. And now we're going to go into a little more specifics. Here's an example of some of the recent domestic operations the military has done. Just to orient everyone to the map here, the gray section in the west, this is Joint Task Force West's area of operation. So I'm a member of Joint Task Force West, and that's the military headquarters that would respond to any domestic operations with both the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army. And you can see that as we get further down from the flood of '97 up into the last couple of years, we've had a lot more operations, and the frequency is definitely increasing. Okay, and we talked a little bit about this with the previous speakers about how it's not our primary role, but we are mandated to respond to a domestic operation. But from a financial aspect at this point, any of the costs associated with going on a domestic operation are usually absorbed as pressures in our fiscal planning. That might change in the near future. We constantly do reviews of how we conduct everything on an annual basis, so that might change in the future, but that's the way it is now. We do like to say, consider it a force of last resort only when all other options are exhausted. I've got another slide on some of the criteria I asked when someone asked me if the military is an option in Manitoba. But usually, and this point was sort of touched on, in a domestic operation, we're never in charge. We never assume command. We fall under everyone else's or someone else's plan. And usually that is done by public safety, but doesn't always have to be. We've gone on operations where we're falling under Indigenous Services Canada or the Public Health, PHAC, Public Health Association of Canada, or Border Services Agency. We're supporting someone else's plan. I recently went to a domestic operations conference in Ottawa where we discussed this, and what we like to say is that in a domestic capacity, we're not the heroes here. We're just making sure that the actual heroes, can fulfill their function. We're making sure that people in the public health can do their function more effectively by helping them out. Or the fires here in Manitoba last summer, we're trying to help them out by making their job easier and doing some of the tasks that are taking them away from fighting the high energy fires. Okay, so I put up in here, the RFA process in Manitoba, but I also put an asterisk. I know EMO behind is going to say, Nate, that's not entirely accurate, and you're absolutely right. This is a general display or visual aid in how the RFA, or the request for assistance process, happens in Manitoba. And all of this is to say that it helps me and emergency management make sure that if someone is requesting the military to help out, all the steps are done beforehand. We like to say we're a force of last resort, and this is one of those visual tools that will help us make sure, nope, have you tried contracting a solution in your municipality? No, we haven't. Have you declared a state of emergency that you can, use your resources more effectively? Yes, we have. Okay, then we can do it at a provincial level. Okay, we've done it at the provincial level. Now we can go to the federal organization to request assistance. So one of the more important ones, and not necessarily for people in this audience, because I think everyone has a good understanding of, what can the military provide. But this is something I like to talk about with more at the municipal and provincial levels. What is the military good at? Organized general labor is something that the Army specifically can do really, really well. As was mentioned before, we're trained primarily to go into combat zones and do complex operations, which means that our planning is very detailed, our organization is very disciplined, and we're fit individuals that are able to do it at a high tempo. So that sort of bleeds into, well, we can do general duties very, very well, very, very efficiently. Sandbagging, logistical support, that type of thing. Also, was mentioned firefighting. We've deployed soldiers to fight fires in the past. We can do that. We're not specifically trained to do that. And anything that someone can do within 1 to 3 days of specialized training, we can do that pretty efficiently. But we require the instruction. We don't have someone in the military who's trained on how to fight forest fires. That's why we need someone to train us on how to do that properly. We do have some special capabilities that may or may not exist on the civilian side or are rare. River bottom search. If an organization is facing an emergency or a crisis and they just don't have the staff and planning capabilities, we can surge those capabilities because it's something that we do very well. We can do reconnaissance. So if someone doesn't know what the situation is on the ground because of a forest fire, because of a flood, because of an earthquake, we've got that capability to do. Okay, so one of the more important slides, I think, and I'm preaching to the choir here. I think everyone understands when should the CAF be considered? Is life or critical infrastructure in immediate danger? I've got the 3 caveats on there. Is the local resources, have they all been exhausted? Is a civilian solution just not feasible in the required time frame? Because we can respond fairly quickly if there's a need. And is the requirement specialization that's not available on the civilian side? So is it too dangerous? Is it something like a river bottom search? Is it some type of aerial insertion that we need to do? Is that a requirement? And I also put the caveat on there, when life or critical infrastructure is in danger, but can you call 911? Is it something that, do you need us, or can the local responders deal with it more efficiently? When the risk preclude a civilian solution, I mentioned at the beginning, we've got the unlimited liability clause, so we can do dangerous work. Not all organizations can go into something that's risky. Like even firefighters, police officers can say, no, I'm not going to do that. That's too dangerous, and you can't fault me for that, and you shouldn't have to. But we can do something that's risky. And is the federal government need to respond because it's in the national interest? Like, do we need, as a federal government, to support something like that? There's a good argument for that as well. If there's a huge earthquake in BC, is Hurricane Fiona a really good example where everyone needs to understand that the federal government is supporting the people in that crisis. So this is my second last slide. So I've got some points up there, and we can talk about some scenarios. We can take questions. This is my last slide is just the question slide. So I'll leave it up here. If there's any other questions or comments, I'm happy to fill them. Yep.
Could you please share us some of the lessons learned, that challenges you face on the ground.
If you could please, explain from your personal experience or from your team member that it's some of the challenges, that you faced on the ground, working with different organizations or community. The way this morning Chris shared his personal, it's an amazing story. I mean, could you please tell the audience just a few of such examples, please?
Yeah, there's both good and bad things I've experienced, and a lot of them have been very, very positive. Some of the lessons learned is that in the military, we are trained to a very high level to respond in certain circumstances in very strict ways. I know what it feels like to not sleep for 10 days straight. I know what it's like to have to work for 23 out of 24 hours a day. And I've gone through a lot of training exercises so that I can, plan and execute, training and exercise at a certain level. Not everyone is trained at that level. And sometimes we expect, it's just second nature to us. So when we go into an emergency and we say, what's the schedule? What resources do you have? Where are we going? What's the plan? Sometimes, people at an organization at a municipal level, they're just not at that point because they don't have the training. So something that we have to do is make sure that, we're not going in there to take over, we're going in there to assist. And that takes, some awareness and some training. We do have a lot of training that we do at the local level to get ready to support domestic operations. And that's one of them. Another thing we do that I've seen is I get requests to, or people asking like, can the military do X? Can the military, move a giant power generator because we need this capability? The answer is yes, we can, but should we? Here are some other resources, because I don't have the authority to say yes, I don't have the authority to say no, but I will offer always that, yes, the military could do that, but this might be a different or more efficient way to accomplish the same thing. One resource I always offer back is the buy and sell page from the Government of Canada. So if there's ever a contract at a federal level, the process goes on buy and sell. And they can do you can contract very similar capabilities of the military, but you can usually get it on a civilian side faster and cheaper than it would cost the federal government. So that's something that I always offer. Yeah, good question. Yes.
Thank you. Major Nate, my question is with regards to coordination, because we are talking about multi-agency coordination just to respond to nature triggered emergencies. So what do you think that such coordination should happen in a regular routine basis so that there is a modus operandi created among the agencies, including the armed forces? The reason I'm asking, because in the military, we do a lot of common post exercises and war gaming in the strategic and tactical level. So do you think that it is something that should occur quite regularly? Thank you.
Yes. That's well. It is something that we try to do as much as possible. When EMO comes and talks, you'll know that we're a member of the Interagency Emergency Planning Committee, and we try to integrate as much as we can at the provincial level, at the very least, on the emergency management side. I'm trying to be proactive with everyone in Manitoba, and this is what the military is. These are what our capabilities. These are our limitations. And so everyone at the province has seen this presentation probably a couple times by now. And I know this is happening across the other provinces in Canada and at the federal level too. Our strategic joint staff and some of the other military senior officers in Ottawa are integrated into the Government Operations Center ran by Public Safety. So it is something that's done at that level, but we don't usually get down into the municipal level outside of some specific training exercises. And it's a growing process. There's always more integration that we can do, and we strive to as much as we can. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think we have two questions. Steve, I'll come back to you. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much, Nate. I have seen it a few times, but it's always good to see it.
And thank you as always for the collaboration that we get from all of you at EMO. The question that I have is actually a follow-up on that one. And I'm wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit more on the nature of the liaison officer role. Is it a formal training? Is it not? Why is it the kind of training that you might get? The practical role that you play sort of during the preparedness phase when there isn't an event, when there isn't an RFA active. It's a very practical conduit between the civilian side and the military side. It's key to coordination, but it's often mentioned, and then it's sort of we go to bigger sexier topics. But I think it's key, and I'm wondering if you could just elaborate a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. So the provincial liaison officer or a joint task force detachment commander isn't tied to a specific trade per se. It depends on what the personnel requirements are across the country. So it's normally a regular force position. So I'm a member of the regular force, but it can be backfilled by reserve or primary reservists. But someone who is in my position will always have training equivalent to a major, so an Army operations course specific for planning. And during that course, there is a section of the course specifically for domestic operations. So they get the same level of training across the board. There is also Canadian Armed Forces Domestic Operation Provincial Liaison Officer course. It's currently run out of Halifax, and it's ran once a year. Fortunately, because of the Queen's passing, I wasn't able to go this year, but it's something that we strive to get for people who are in my role. Does that sort of answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
I guess the one quick follow-up I have is what's the dynamic between the comes from part of Team Manitoba, but you're also part of CAP? Because I know that in our EOC after a while, we see you as one of us, but then you have different masters to
Right.
So that dynamic is interesting.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that. So the function of a liaison officer is pretty complex, and it takes someone with a little bit of maturity and experience to understand, their roles. It's sort of like, I've got two different, masters, so to speak. I still report back to JT or Joint Task Force West. My Commander General Graham is overall in charge of domestic operations out there, and he is my boss. I report to him. I'm responsible to him for everything I do, but I'm also responsible to the province. You know what I mean? I've got to be able to be there to be responsive if the province has emergency they need to deal with, or anything in Manitoba. And there is a liaison officer course, but it was a long time ago. I think it was about 10 years when I took that, and that's making sure the complexities of keeping two different plans in your head at the same time and understanding where they overlap. So it does take some training and practical on-the-job training to be good at it. Not that I'm good; I can always improve, right? But that's the way it goes. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Professor Steve, go ahead, please.
Major, great presentation. That was really very, very useful. I guess I've got a couple questions. The first is, when you presented the previous slide, and now you have the same criteria on this side, this is when the CAF is supposed to act. And the question is given the list you have here and other things that may not be on the list, how many times has the CAF been asked to act and does act in things that fall short of this? And the second question, which is probably a little less politically loaded, is do you spend a lot of time conversing with your equivalents from the other provinces so that way you can get a sense of lessons to learn, then get appreciation for maybe Manitoba is the best at this, or maybe not? And how could, what kind of lessons have been drawn from the cross-provincial comparisons or chit-chats?
Right. Yeah, good question. I'll answer the second part first, in that at least once a year, all people who are doing my job across different provinces, Saskatchewan, Alberta, all the provinces and territories get together and they share lessons learned, experiences, ways ahead. And we meet with the federal organization that is responsible for domestic operations in Canada. So that was actually just last week. I was in Ottawa last week for that, and that was the venue to do that. But it's also done at a regional level. So once or twice a year as well, I will go to Edmonton. That's where the headquarters for Joint Task Force West is, and we'll share, lessons learned from across the Prairie provinces, BC, and the Northwest Territories on that as well. As for the, when are we doing something that may not be the most efficient use of the military, which I think was what you're asking, but it's sort of like I view domestic operations as, if it's like, everyone is your neighbor, right? If my neighbor is busy doing work or there's a medical emergency or something like that, can I help him mow his lawn, him or her mow his lawn? Can I shovel their driveway in the winter for them? Then yes, I can do those things. So there's no bad thing that we're doing to help Canadians. Sometimes it can just be, maybe there's a more efficient way to get things done, but everything that we do in domestic operations, we're always helping Canadians. So it's not a waste of our time or resources. If that answers the question. This is streamed on YouTube, so I've got to stay within my lane.
I understand that. I appreciate the fact that you're being very, very open, given the circumstances. I guess the way to rephrase the question would be, the answer is yes, that you're often asked, but let me interpret the answer and you can tell me if my interpretation is wrong, which is you're often asked to do things that there's somebody else who'd be better at it. It's not necessarily requires it's not a strategic situation. It's not terribly risky, but you're still convenient and it's hard to say no. And so you are often doing things that fall short of these criteria because you are still a group of many young people with lots of physical capabilities and lots of logistical capabilities. Mm-hmm. So you're doing things more than just the narrow circumstances that this would suggest.
It's possible, but at the end of the day, if us as a federal organization are going to go do something, we're gonna go do it. One thing that we can do is we always do daily situation reports or back briefings. So the commander on the ground will always say, "Okay, yeah, we're going and we're doing good things. We're doing good activities. And maybe we can scale back a little bit. Maybe there's not a requirement for us to be here," and that will go back to things like the Joint Operations Center and public safety to say, okay, if the military's not needed anymore, we can go back and train to go to war. That's something that we always want to do. That's our primary job. And every day that we're not doing that, we're going to have to make up for it. We could spend 100% of our time training to go to war, and that's a requirement to be prioritized at a federal level as a federal or a department of the federal government. Is that sort of a little bit more of a concrete answer?
Sure, that's great.
Okay. Exactly. Maybe later over dinner.
That's good.
Oh, yes.
Can I have a follow-up once you?
Oh, okay. Professor.
Oh.
Just to follow up, so my interpretation of what you're saying, as opposed to his, is that if the threshold is not met, you will most likely say no.
Well, so I don't have the authority to say no, but that the call is made at the federal level. So when the province or a federal organization makes a request for assistance, it goes up to public safety as the federal emergency management organization to say yes or no, or it goes between whichever minister to the Minister of National Defense to say, can you support, or can we get this resource to do this job for this amount of time? So that's at the ministerial level where they make that decision.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I have a couple of questions to you, especially your presentation draw my attention on EOC, Emergency Operations Center. So in this regard, my question is, what is the process of anticipation and nature-triggered event? The Canadian Armed Forces established an EOC before anticipation of an event or after anticipation?
Okay.
And what are the process of incident command system when an emergency operations center is established?
Okay, yeah, good question. I think I've got it, and then I put this up here just to put this image up here. But The incident command system, I think, does everyone know what the incident command system is? No, we got a few people. Okay, so when I put up, let's see if I can go back here to.
ICS.
Yeah, so ICS, okay, this is what the military does for when we plan for operations, the operational planning procedure. On the civilian side, from an emergency management perspective, there's the incident command system, which is very similar to this in function. And we have so to get to your question, we always have the joint task force, the regional joint task force headquarters. They're always stood up, they're always manned. And there's the headquarters at the Joint Operations Center that are always manned. So they're always running, and we don't stand them up unless, like, we don't stand up a tactical level command post unless there's a requirement to do so. But we do conduct training so that they're ready to do it on a regular basis. It depends on which organization they're doing that. Some of them do them every couple of months. Sometimes it's once a year. But we don't stand one up in anticipation for a domestic emergency in general. Sometimes when the writing's on the wall and we know what's going to happen, we'll stand one up. But on a regular basis, we're training to go to war, and we stand these up as required. The one thing that I will say in addition to that, we do share information with the provincial and the federal emergency measures organizations, because they have that predictive capability. They know, like in Manitoba, we're aware of what the fire season is going to be like from their predictive analysis, what the hydrological forecast is going to be for the floods. We're aware of all that information, and we keep it as a planning process, but we don't stand anything up specifically unless we're asked or told to.
Thank you. We don't have much time, but we can take last question if there is any. Do you? Okay.
Thank you. This was my first time. Unlike most of the people here, this was my first time looking at this presentation. So I have a very naive question. I'm sorry. The question is that what is you've mentioned time frame, and one of your slides showed that for a riverbed rescue mission, it could take 3 to 6 days. And then there's another mention of how the planning is done to keep in mind that if the civilian time frame is not up to the mark, then the Army intervention is necessary. So, but the whole process that you showed in one of your slides seems very elaborate. So could you provide any insight on that? Thank you.
Right. So the military does keep a force on standby to respond to a domestic emergency that have various, notice to moves. The reconnaissance element could be, ready to move within 12 hours of an event being triggered. So we do have that capability, and we do keep it at, between 24 to 36 hours to response. But commanders on the ground who are in charge of those elements can be ready earlier. It just depends on what they're doing at the time and how much anticipation there is for an event. So there's that requirement or that capability, but it's not everyone in the military can respond at that level. It does take a few days to get everything mobilized, especially if there's a specific requirement. For example, forest firefighting is something that we don't do on a normal basis. So, we need a little bit more time to prepare. Does that answer your question? I think there was a second part to it.
No, that's okay, yeah.
Okay, and there's no bad questions. That's exactly what I'm here for. So, like, very simple stuff. It's all good.
So since there's no bad question, what is the specific specialization that and the masters or the PhD, are there any specialized fields that the Army looks for, or is it open?
It depends on what your trade and your function is. For me, I'm an infantry officer, so my degree is not as important as the training that the military is going to give me. But someone like a doctor or a dentist in the military, they obviously have to have that specific training. At a certain level, when you get to lieutenant colonel and higher, you will take usually it's through the Royal Military College to get a specific degree in strategic defense studies, but it can be in different fields. Logistics is another one that's a good example. We used to offer programs in project management, communications is another good one. There's lots of different things, but mostly, you could say it's just in strategic studies or political science is something that it also is exercised. Yeah, good questions?
The last one.
Okay, last one.
Yeah, a very interesting paper, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. I appreciate it very much. Just a very interesting question, given that some of the events with law and order agencies dealing with emergencies showed that dealing with serious, mental patients and other things require special kind of training and understanding. And many of the institutions don't have it, and they're moving forward to have that kind of capability to deal with mental challenge people and so on. Is there any thoughts in military that if that kind of situation has to be dealt with, rather than logistics, engineering, medical, that mental health part, are there any talk or any discussion in your agency that might have to be dealt with in future?
Sort of. I think in the context of a domestic operation, that's something that would be considered more at a tactical level. Like that's more of an individual basis. But having said that, the military does have a fairly robust mental health awareness campaign, and we do lots of training on how we try to make sure our fitness, both at an emotional and cognitive level, is at the best. And we do have different programs and training to help identify those with our own ranks and peers. Would the military be best to respond to a community that's having, to deal with a large trauma? Probably not the best for the military to do that. There might be another organization that's better for that. If that answers your question. Okay.
Thank you so much, Major Nate, once again for a wonderful presentation. And it's a lively discussion that just took place here. So once again, we are really appreciative of your presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the coffee break that Major Nate declared earlier. So now we have it. Thank you.
Here, do you want to grab my? Okay. You.
Gilbert, you can speak.
Oh, sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to, first of all, thank the organization for giving me a chance to do a presentation on what I think is a little bit of a short notice, but I'm always glad to speak on issues that not only affect Canadians, but the Indigenous population as well. Um, Today I'm doing my presentation from Treaty 5. I'm in Norway House, Manitoba, about 800 kilometers north, right at the top of Lake Winnipeg. Um, I'd like to give greetings from the Norway House Cree Nation and from myself. I think that the presenters that presented before me did a fantastic job. In academic sense and in a military perspective. And now I'd like to put a little bit of an Indigenous spin on that, if that's possible. If my presentation can be pulled up, I will begin.
We have some technical issues here, it seems.
Yeah, no worries.
Gilbert, we can't hear you though. Can you check at your end?
Good morning.
You're muted now, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. I don't know how much you heard already, but I'll just kind of.
We can't.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Hi, Gilbert. So we can't hear you from here. So what might happen is your microphone is not syncing. So can you just log off, just exit, leave studio, and then re-log in? Possibly that will resolve this issue. And
Hear me okay, or do you want me to use my headphones?
can you take off your headphone? I think that is creating an issue. Yeah. And now, yeah, take it out from the computer.
Yeah, I did already. Can you hear me now?
No, okay. What we can do is you go ahead. We'll use microphone here. I mean, you keep your phone on and you can speak on the phone and I can connect you microphone here. So don't
Okay.
worry. So we'll do it like that. No worries. No
Thank
worries.
you so much.
No worries. No worries. So keep your phone on. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. Is that okay? Can you hear me okay with that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Once again, I'd like to thank the organization for inviting me to speak on some of the issues that are close to home for me. I'd like to thank the presenters that presented before me. Fantastic academic analysis on natural disasters and from an Army standpoint, I guess, and the Canadian Armed Forces. That was fantastic information. Once again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Wasn't as if I wasn't nervous enough. Now I really I'm only kidding. Okay, so I want to start off with why I picked this topic: globalization on Indigenous lands and how Indigenous people respond to natural disasters. I'd like to welcome everybody. I'm Donald Fredette, Cree Innu. I used to be a vice chief and a counselor of the Norway House Cree Nation, 2014 to 2018. I'm back in Norway House right now, working for my community again. I grew up in Winnipeg for the first half of my life. And then 20 odd years ago, I moved back to find out exactly who I was and what my story was on my mother's side. And I'm very happy that I did that because it gives me a lot of perspective that some people just don't have. One from the Canadian perspective and one from the First Nations perspective, looking in and looking back. And that's why this topic, I just wanted to make sure it's done at a macro level and then zoom back into a micro level. Canada's first disaster, 1867, the reserve detainment and broken treaties. I wanted to speak on that, excuse me, because I think that the importance of Indigenous people within Canada when the BNA Act in 1867 took place and the detainment of Indigenous people on the reserve system. Being a huge factor in how we respond or lack thereof to natural disasters within Canada. As everybody knows, there's 63 First Nations communities in Canada and over 635 First Nation communities within Canada and the territories. I'd like to, I lost my slide. I don't Don't know what happened to my slide, but I cannot see it. Can you pull that back up, please? Thank you very much. Okay, when we speak of Indigenous responses to disasters, we first must understand the psychological disaster which has taken place in Canada since 1867, and that continues today. I spoke a little bit about that already. Residential schools, intergenerational trauma, 60 scoop, and high suicide rates with Indigenous communities. Takes center stage when it comes to human disasters in Canada today. And the reason why I'm talking about these issues, it plays such a huge role, and I'll get back into that, and I'll tie that up in a bow at the end of my presentation, why these points are so important. Okay, these determinants play a huge role in the Indigenous response to natural disasters within 630 First Nation communities within Canada. I can only speak to Norway House and a couple of other communities that I visited when I was working for Indigenous Service Canada, and my role as a vice chief and counselor within my own community of Norway House. Because of the assimilation and dependency of provincial and federal assistance takes center stage and it's highlighted by media when the natural disasters take place, i.e. flooding and fires within Canada. So the reason why I was speaking to that is in Canada, you hear on all over the media channels and the newspapers when there's forest fires, there's always evacuations of Indigenous peoples, Shamattawa First Nation, say Dene, even Norway House. It's the remote, isolated First Nation communities that's our most vulnerable. And the reason why I say that is some of our First Nation communities are just flying communities. Some just have winter roads. And that puts us in a very vulnerable state when it comes to natural disasters like forest fires. When you have a forest fire in Manitoba and you don't have a road to get out, and the winds pick up pretty high and pretty quickly, it takes a while for response. From the military or from the Red Cross, they'll do a fantastic job in trying to help with that procedure. So, isolated First Nation communities in Canada are the most vulnerable, as I spoke to. Lack of infrastructure puts isolated First Nation communities in danger physically, spiritually. Elders and First Nation people living with disability become priority when a disaster is looming. Evacuation efforts within the most remote First Nation communities in Manitoba are challenging for multiple reasons: wind, water, snow conditions, communication, and access. So that leads us into the First Nation Safety Disaster Plan. I could speak to the Safety Disaster Plan of Norway House Cree Nation. We have been evacuated many years ago, a few times in the last few decades because of fires. And we only have one main road that's out of Norway House. And if that gets cut off by fire, we're dependent on the Hercules aircraft to fly into our community to help us with the evacuation process. We have a population of over 8,000 members in Norway House and over 6,600 living on the reserve. So the numbers alone are our main concern when it comes to disasters and how we respond to Indigenous people in that community. Working collaboratively with other First Nation communities and the Red Cross has helped with quick responses in the past. But the human factor takes its toll spiritually, physically. Always leaving our homes, being transported to the cities. It's always happening, and it's always making us feel like we're always the ones, being highlighted in the media in that aspect. So Norway House Cree Nation, Central Manitoba population under reserve is over 6,600 members. Okay, there was once there was an access road out of Norway House, The issue is the case of forest fires. Like I said, in 1989, more than 23,000 people were evacuated in northern Manitoba at a cost of $35 million. 300 firefighters were deployed, 17 helicopters, 8 water bombers were used in the first half of 1989 wildfire season in Manitoba. There were 922 wildfires that season. There was a season of Inferno was the Maclean's headline on August 7th, 1989. I wasn't living in Norrios at that time, but I had family members and they were deployed to Thompson, Brandon, Winnipeg, all different areas displaced from their homes. And this is a picture of Norrios. I don't know if you can see it that well, but I wanted to give everybody a perspective of the community. It's a very thriving and proud community in Norrios. We have a beautiful high school, we have University of North. We have, this is the main center of Norrios. It's called Crossville. This is where a lot of our population is, but it's such a vast community on islands and it's beautiful. But when the conditions are right, forest fires continue, to play havoc with our evacuation efforts and our disaster plans. And now we're starting to see a little bit more flooding, and that flooding is man-made. Manitoba Hydro has played a big role in flooding some of our waters, and that's not a good thing for our community, so it's a little bit more of the human factor. The remote fly-in communities that are in Manitoba. I just wanted to show a map there. I don't know how good people can see that, but in my travels on the street and work with the Indigenous Service Canada is, I've had the pleasure to visit some of the 63 First Nation communities and some of the most isolated and most vulnerable to natural disasters. Places such as Shamattawa First Nation, Saint Denis, St. Teresa Point, Black Shade. These First Nation communities are lacking, facing a double-edged sword, really, not only by natural disasters, but also determinants of colonization continues to play havoc within our First Nation communities in the most remote parts of Canada. Indigenous people looking for solutions from our past teachings. Indigenous responses to disasters are becoming more frequent in the past few decades. The land that is honored by Indigenous people in the last 155 years in Canada and before, and more than 500 years in North America, have been transformed in ways lands will never be the same again. Deforestation, flooding, natural processes like natural hydro, fluctuating waters, just continue to add on to the determinants of what we're dealing with. And at the bottom, I put in the Treaty 5. Treaty 5 was signed in 1875. Northern Cree Nation was one of the signatories. As you can see, Treaty 5, which was Rupert's land, was a huge part of Canada at the time. And that was signed by the people of Norway House, Barons River, and the Queen. So it was one sovereign nation to another. And why I put that in there is that's important that when we talk about provincial and federal responsibilities when it comes to disaster, who's going to pay? I heard that comment. And so with Indigenous people, in 1867, we became a federal responsibility. So now the province says, well, who's going to take care of this? You guys fall under the federal jurisdiction. So there's always these kind of balancing acts that we have to play by when it comes to funding for natural resources, infrastructure, and when we're talking about our communities in our sovereign nation, we have to work with the government, and sometimes that can be a very tricky situation. Indigenous response to disaster, COVID-19, and the First Nation impact. I'm glad somebody talked about COVID-19. And before I begin to speak on the impact of COVID-19 on Indigenous people and communities, I'd like to recognize that it was a global human disaster. And I want to pay respects to the people who have died and who are still suffering from COVID-19 experience today. As everybody knows, COVID-19 was widespread. It was a global concern, and we're still not out of that harmful effect. But when it came to our Indigenous people, this is where it all comes back into play with determined health. When you have people, 8, 10 people living in a 2-bedroom house, and they're depending on water and sewer delivery, that plays a really big impact on the spread of COVID and the variants. Social determinants of health come into play within our First Nation communities, and this also is a partnership that we have to continue to have, not only with the federal but provincial levels, because I do believe that Indigenous people are very capable of setting up our own programs and our own partnerships with the not only the military but with the Canadian government to make sure that we have more of a say of what happens to us in natural disasters like COVID. We don't always want to be the victims. We want to show that we can be resilient, which we are, and start making progress in fighting some of these natural disasters and dealing with them firsthand. An Indigenous response to disasters, where do we go from here? I say that more is needed to be done. More light has to be shed on the Indigenous population within Canada. And this is not pointing fingers. Nobody's wrong. I'm not pointing the government or the military or any organization. I just say that we all have to create more avenues, more dialogue when it comes to our First Nation communities, especially with the extreme isolated communities. We have to have a base. We had a talk with the Red Cross a few years ago when I was vice chief, and we were trying to set up a base, a jump-off point in Norway House with the Red Cross. So when situations come up in our neighboring communities, we can respond immediately instead of waiting for the response and waiting for people to communicate and come in and tell us, okay, you're going to get evacuated. I think there has to be a more partnership in that sense. So basically, what I wanted to talk about to everybody here is that Canadians and as Indigenous people, we all care about each other and how we respond to natural disasters. But I really want to emphasize the lack of resources. We have to look at the conditions of our First Nation community. How do we get that infrastructure in place? How do we become more of a collaborative partnership when it comes to response to disasters, instead of always playing that victim role that's portrayed in the papers? Canada has developed in the last 132 years, and I think we should play a huge part in how we respond to natural disasters within our First Nation communities and their territories. So with that, from the Norway House Cree Nation, Ekosani, and in my language, thank you very much. I appreciate the time to talk. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties again. I'm open to questions. There's no wrong questions. I'd like to be here to answer as many as I can. And remember, we're all in this together, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gilbert. Thank you very much. And I think your last word is very important. We are all in this together. So, the audience, now the Q&A session. Please have your questions ready for Mr. Gilbert. Any questions? Thank you, Gilbert, for an excellent presentation covering the historical and evolution of land and deprivation and so on, and also solving critical issues. From statistics, we know that the magnitude and frequency of forest fire floods have increased. From your personal experience and from your community experience, are you seeing that as well? Could you please share with us your personal, the way you grew up,
when you saw the different, disasters, and now what do you see all your communities facing?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Like I said, I grew up in Winnipeg for the first half of my life, and I'd seen a lot of people being evacuated at that time, but didn't understand why there was a lot of people coming into the city, and hearing about the communities, and then the second half, like the last 23 years, living in Norway House as an Indigenous person, seeing the perspective, like I spoke about earlier, really opened my eyes to how populated our First Nation communities are. Over 8,000 members in Norway House alone, and within the 63 First Nations in Manitoba, as I alluded to earlier. We have a very progressive community here in Norway House. I think that our disaster plans, actually I'm working on some of that updates right now within the Cree Nation, and this presentation alone is going to give me a lot of good insight and avenues to put into my report, and in a collaborative way with the provincial and federal government on how we can do things better and more efficient. But we're still, when it comes down to evacuation, we have one airport, and we have many elders, and we have a lot of people living with disabilities, from diabetes and so on and so forth. So we have to have, I think, a stronger plan in how we get that communication going. I think that we should think about getting the Red Cross having a base here in Norway House. That would be a fantastic start. That way we can respond to some of the most remote northern communities in a very quicker time, and become true partners in the solution.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Your comments around building emergency management capacity within First Nations really hit home for me. And I was wondering if you have any high-level thoughts on what that model could perhaps look like. Is it building it within a First Nation similar to how municipalities build sort of an emergency management team? Is it an umbrella organization that does it for a number of First Nations? Very curious about, I know that there's variability across the capacity amongst First Nations, but give your thoughts on what a true First Nation emergency management model could look like in that. Would be very interesting.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very good question, and I appreciate that. Within Manitoba, we have three major organizations. We have the Southern Chiefs Organization, as you know, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and then we have, in my region of Treaty 5, is the MKO region. I think that it'll have to start there with communication within those three organizations and with the province and federal levels. I do believe that we have to look at a collaborative approach in how we assess a better program or solution when it comes to natural disasters and responses within Manitoba. And I think that should be on the agenda. I think that should be on the agenda at the province and the federal level. And I think we all should be sitting at the table, because the important part about sitting at the table as true partners is you hear the perspectives, you hear the real stories, the struggles, and some of the issues that we still have when we're starting to deal with, especially with our remote community. So I think that a collaborative joint project can be established, and I'm going to actually, I wrote that down in my notes. I'm going to make sure that I get the ball rolling in that, and I think that everybody is willing to be at the to sit at the table, because when it comes to responses, like I said, we're all in this together. We all human beings. We all need that blanket of care, and making sure that everybody has the access that all Canadians have. Because sometimes some people in isolated communities feel left out. and we always feel that we're always the last thought of. And I know that kind of seems a little bit, I guess, forward to say, but I'm just trying to be honest in some of the responses that I hear in my time within Northern Manitoba.
Next question. Thank you.
My question is about globalization. In your title, you talked about globalization. Do you know if, and it goes a little bit on the previous question, are there other countries, perhaps other countries that were colonized, have they made any further progress now with technology being so fast and communication so fast that we can see what's happening in every nook and cranny of the planet? Are there other places that have done this better that we could learn from?
Well, I can't honestly say that I know of a lot. I hear a lot about the indigenous population in America, which we all know the tragic story of that. It's a global effort now. At a click of a button, we can meet with different organizations and start to talk to other people on how they're dealing with it or how they're collaborating within their own sector or own parts of the world. But I do believe that an indigenous disaster forum needs to be in place somewhere, maybe in Canada. We can kick that off with partnerships and really start understanding what's happening in South America, down in Brazil, the rainforests, everywhere that globalization has impacted the indigenous people, even in India, everywhere. And I think that, maybe that's a good segue into kicking off an indigenous response, to have a forum and see what's going on around the world, and maybe in a forum such as this, to have scholars that are available. And I really applaud the people that are here today. It's not easy when you're talking about indigenous issues, especially within Canada. Everybody's kind of stepping on their eggshells. They don't want to ask questions or seem like, oh, I don't want to say anything wrong. And we got to get over that, because when I talk, and I did many talks all over Canada, that's the first thing I always say. Don't be scared to ask the question, because that's how we're going to get the true answers and responses and solutions of what we're doing here. And I think that that's important as well as the communication and making sure that we all respect that.
Thank you very much. Gilbert, I think I would have the next question. So it is with regards to knowledge. I'm very much interested to listen from you, because over the many years of our indigenous knowledge managing disasters, it has happened, and I'm sure the elders they do know how certain disasters were managed with or without different stakeholders. So, given your experience in a very senior leadership position in indigenous communities, would you share today with the audience how you manage and keep the knowledge of such activities, and how do you really see using it in the future so that we all can do our things in a more efficient way?
Thank you very much for that question. That's very helpful. Before I started speaking, I was going to mention to everybody, I hope everybody Googled my name, and everybody had a chance to read my thesis that was released in 2014. I'd like to see a show of hands. I'm only kidding. But if you did see that, it talks a little bit about how we respect and honor our elders and our stories, because before colonization, there was absolutely natural disasters here in Canada, Turtle Island, fires, everything that else happened. But we had the free reign of understanding. We were the stewards of the land, so we understood when a disaster happened. We took advice and knowledge from our elders that said, we have to go here, we have to go there until things get better. We come back and we start over again. But through colonization, we have lost a lot of that. We lost a lot of our knowledge, and we are now on the reserve system, which basically confines us to one area for the most part. And that becomes problematic as well because when we're talking about our old teachings, when we could move our families and different parts of the north or any part in this country, we've lost that. Now we have to retain that information, and now we have it in written form and the audio form where we can, share that knowledge and maybe, incorporate that into what we're doing today.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Very interesting, and I have lots of questions. One way I would like to ask you is, as I understand, there are so many barriers for working together. Historically, as far as I can tell. And I'm thinking, I'm not asking you to give us the answers how to remove the barrier. But is there maybe one way to give us some examples that maybe something right now, some issues, we'll call it this one, where maybe the issues of water, clean water, or issues of flooding, issues of being remote and transportation. I don't know, anything you can tell us using the example to tell us the way we can work together.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very, very loaded question, I guess, and I guess I could do another hour presentation on that alone, but I know time is permitting, and I'd just like to talk a little bit about Manitoba Hydro and what they've done to our waters in the north. We used to have my sisters, who a couple have passed on now, when they were children, they used to go and drink right from the water. It was clear, it was pristine. They could see the fish. And now, because of what happened with Manitoba Hydro, it's all murky water. There's pollutants floating around in the water. You cannot drink the water anymore. Our children go swimming and they get rashes, cuts on their feet from debris, from the dredging of 2 Mile and 8 Mile. And you can see that on Google Maps within Norway House Creations. So there's a lot of stuff that happened that is man-made and because of, I guess, progression in Canada. But we got to remember when we're doing this growing of this country and resources come into play, we have to have Indigenous people at the table. And I've said this for decades, at the table in Ottawa, when we're talking about responses, at the table in Ottawa, when we're talking about healthcare. Nobody knows our people better than we do. And there has to be another ear open for these stories and for what's happening today. You know, we all want to see growth in Canada. Yes, we do, but not at the stake of the natural resources, of the animals, the water, the livelihood of what Indigenous people in northern Manitoba are facing today. And I can only speak on that. You can have stories from every province and territory. You know, we've got to be careful. Water, soil, these are our main, life things. We have to be sustainable for clean drinking water. We don't want to have water always delivered at distribution. We have a water treatment plant, but we have to be there. We have to, and how do we do that? Is talking. Having everybody at the table, because you can't just do something that affects thousands and thousands of people and their way of life, and then coming back and saying, "Oh, sorry, how can we fix this?" When you're talking about natural resources, you're talking about lifelines. You're talking about Indigenous traditions. Everybody that's sitting around the table today, maybe we all have cottages. In those cottages, you want to go there with safe drinking water, where your children can swim, where you can have a nice environment. You don't want to be in a place where the water is just damaged to the point of you can't drink it anymore. So I would say, let's talk about the past, let's talk about the future, and let's make sure that everybody is informed of what we're doing. and making sure that indigenous people can thrive and benefit from what's happening and have a good chance in life, like all Canadians have the right to education, healthcare, clean drinking water. I know the Liberal government has said no more water boil advisories for Indigenous people, but it has taken this long in our country's history to make these things happen. So we got to do a better job together.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? We have room for one last question today before we head for lunch break. This side? No? Okay. Thank you so much, Gilbert, on behalf of the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute and Center for Defense and Security Network. We appreciate your time and insights, and definitely your words resonate today, this morning with us, that we must work together because it is all about us living together happily in this wonderful land. Thank you, Gilbert, once again for joining from all the way from Montreal. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. If I'd like to end with one comment, like I said, I wish I was there with you people today. I couldn't make it. I was a little bit under the weather, but I look up to the people that are sitting around the tables at the Human Rights Museum. You're going to be the people that are going to be bringing this commentary forward to your colleagues, to your institutions, to the government. And then we're going to have real collaboration, because when you start spreading seeds of understanding and education and respect, those seeds will grow. And I'm hoping that's what it does with this talk I had today. And I was just honored actually to be here and listening to the remarkable speakers. And I thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll be around, I guess, with the other events. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gilbert. And please do not forget to join us tomorrow in the networking session. Tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a nice day. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's absolutely time for us to respond to our stomachs, I think. Yeah. So lunch is served. Please help yourself. And in the meantime, we are going to screen a documentary that we compiled from Canadian Armed Forces. It's about Canadian Armed Forces participation in a series of disasters in the past. So please enjoy the documentary while you mingle and take your lunch. Thank you.
This is working lunch.
Working lunch.
That's good.
Sure. Where's the video? We have to open the video first. AJ, you know.
He is very good. Excellent.
Sir, Mother Gam chute gese ran de gaya, sir.
But very well.
Keu respond karna to? Nobody responded from here. 17 groups se gese gesi. Personally, sir. 17.
But at the end, you made it. You made it.
That is.
It's very good. Excellent.
সে আসতে যে লোস হয়ে গেছে বয়স্ক তো কালকে ওয়েদার খারাপ ছিল
And Norway house is based, right?
850 kilometers. He lives there.
Yes.
Very articulate.
Very articulate. Very.
I'm going to play a little bit more. Sound is not cast. কেন? ও ওখানে নিয়ে যাও ওখানে সাউন্ড রেজোনেন্ট যাও সাউন্ডটা ওখানে নিয়ে যাও ওখান থেকে তো দিতে পারবো কাজ করি ওইখান থেকে স্ট্রিম করবো হ্যাঁ ওইটাই বলছি স্ট্রিম কেন করবা ইয়া তোমার পেন ড্রাইভ করবো আবার এটা স্যার যে ক্যাফের স্যার ক্যাফের কোনো ডকুমেন্টারি বানাচ্ছে আমি তো স্যার আকাশ থেকে আপনাদের কোনো আমি তো কবে থেকে বলছি স্যার 1 মাস থেকে ভেরি ব্যাড তো যাই হোক অনেক ফলো করার পরে ওই মেয়েটা আমাদেরকে এক গাদা ক্লিপ দিয়েছে এগুলো সব গোষ্ঠীর কম্পাইল করছে করে মিউজিক দিয়েছে আমরা একটা বানাইছি কারণ এটা
এই যে ক্রিস সকালে যে প্রেজেন্ট করেছি এই জিনিসগুলো কম্পাইল করে আমাদের আর্টিকেল করা যাবে।
এটা স্যার লাইভ তো সব লাইভ
হ্যাঁ
রেকর্ডেড
হ্যাঁ
ডাউনলোড
এগুলো কনসেপ্ট নিয়ে আমরা ট্রান্সক্রাইব করে আমরা পেপারে এটা কনভার্ট করা উচিত বিকজ দিস থিংস আর নট রেকর্ডেড এবং মিলিটারি এটা তো আনক্লাসিফাইড অসুবিধা নেই এগুলোকে আমরা ট্রান্সক্রাইব করে
অবশ্যই
আমরা একটা সাব প্রজেক্ট ডেভেলপ করি তাহলে পাবলিশ করা যায় হয়তো ওয়ার্কিং পেপার সিরিজ ওর একটা ভলিউম উই মাস্ট কারণ আমি যে সিডিএসএন দিয়েছিলাম প্রজেক্ট দ্যাটস হোয়াট দে হ্যাভ বিন ডুইং বিভিন্ন অন্যান্য গ্রুপ তো ওই ইন্টেলেকচুয়াল ক্রেডেনশিয়াল এগুলো ক্যাপচার করে না রাখলে এই প্রেজেন্ট এখানে পাওয়ার তো না দিতে পারে আমরা এটা একটু চিন্তা করি ঠিক আছে দিস অ্যান্ড দেন টরন্টো দুটো মিলে নিরুর সঙ্গে কথা বলতে পারি আমরা ট্রান্সক্রাইব করার রিসোর্সটা আমাদের মোবিলাইজ করতে হবে এটা করে কিন্তু অথরিটির সঙ্গে তুমি একটু বলে রেখো যে
Sir, the main problem is the HDMI.
Eh?
The main problem is in HDMI. The participants in the Zoom are actually hearing the sound, but we are not hearing the sound because of the HDMI.
ওই লোকটা কল দাও না জেফকে কল দাও জেফ ওই যে কল
স্যার আমাদের জুম প্রেজেন্টেশন কার নাই
আছে তো না কেন ও প্রেজেন্টেশন ও না লং ডিসটেন্স না লং ডিসটেন্স না আমি তো এই জন্য ফোনে রাখলাম স্যার কারণ তো কানেক্ট করতে পারছিলাম
না খুবই ভালো করে
কালকে 7টার সময় আবার তাকে ডাকছি স্যার যে টেক চেক করলাম কারণ আমি জানি না সেই স্ট্রিম ইয়ার্স পারে কিনা 7টার সময় আসছে স্যার ভালো মানুষ এসে চেক করে ঠিক আছে কিন্তু আজকে কি হিসাবে
আই কল ইট দিস ইজ ইমার্জেন্সি ম্যানেজমেন্ট অলওয়েজ এবং আমি এইরকম অলওয়েজ সেদিনকে ব্যাকআপ রাখি অলওয়েজ আমার এনারা ডিরেক্টরশিপ যখন ইন্টারভিউতে এসেছি কমিটি মানে কতজন প্রায় 16-17 জন প্লাস আদার অডিয়েন্স আমার আগে তখনকার যে সিস্টেম ছিল এই কম্পিউটার ডাই করে গেছে স্লিপ মোডে চলে গেছে টেকনিশিয়ান ডেকেছে আর করতে পারে নাই তারপর আমি ব্যাকআপ ছিল আমার ট্রান্সপারেন্সি দিয়ে সেটা দিয়ে চালিয়েছি আমি গট দ্য জব because I proved as a leader there is a backup. There is a backup.
Sure.
Oh, hi.
My name is Olivia. I'm working on your doctor's office.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet
Taking
you.
your pictures.
Okay. Absolutely.
On the same climate change project and she just finished her field work. Just field work শেষ করে আসছে আর কি ওরা সাতক্ষীরাতে শেষ
ও বাংলাদেশ
ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের ওরা চারজন
রিক্সার প্রফেসর
না রুকসার আলাদা ও করবে এবার আলাদা ইয়েতে আলাদা শার্প প্রজেক্ট এটা করেছে আইডিআরসি প্রজেক্টে
ও আচ্ছা
আইডিআরসি প্রজেক্টে I will have Sophia, let's introduce you to the professor. He's NRI adjunct, and Sophia is this year.
Oh,
She's originally from Pakistan and Bangladesh.
Married to a Bangladeshi.
Okay.
So
very
international.
Yes, very multicultural. So nice to meet you.
Very nice.
She's working on non-communicable diseases. So we have a survey done. So she'll be working on setting.
স্যার দেখছো কাম ওইটারে বাইট করে দিচ্ছি কি
কি
করতে হবে স্যার ওইটার এখন ঢুকাবো কেমন কোনটা ওইটা
I was bringing up the policy
স্যার ওটা বাইরে হয়ে গেছে লগ ইন করতে হবে
but it never happened before that although this is a smaller group but I never
স্যার
heard
সাউন্ড তো আসতেছে সাউন্ড আবার জুমে আসতেছে এখন কি করব
that perspective. These are all classified all the time. So this is very unique, like indigenous, then Muslim, then we, this probably community. So it's very different in that. Small, but really important. Very, very critical. Sort of political policies.
HDMI সাথে সাউন্ড কানেকশন নাই আমি ওই দিন
How to do this. Oh, it is lovely. I love it. Yeah, no, this is actually best. I like open and this systems. Thanks for coming, guys. Please join us. And a lot of people from Bangladesh Military Academy and others, they are also watching because we are live stream. Yes, yeah, for live stream.
Yes.
through YouTube. Also, we are giving live updates on Twitter.
Lunch?
Yeah, please. Yes, sir. So the clip is in here, it doesn't work. So do you have the number of guests? Sir.
I didn't do it on my question. Maybe I want to organize. I need to have some 17 years, some records, some reserve. Most of the training is from the West Coast. And he got posted actually. And so I thought.
We kept the position 250. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to give an update.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just.
No.
Save it in the.
Yeah, no, two something, or yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much.
Are you going to copy to this?
Yes,
or-
we're just running the documentary.
Oh,
So we
okay.
need to be done.
Okay, so there's a folder called Minds in this. There's a whole bunch of folders in this, but I think it's the Minds conference. And there's a PowerPoint version. I think that's on a PC. So there's a PowerPoint version.
Sure. Thank you.
And so.
Yeah, it's time. And Professor Lucy, just for your information, before I welcome you, I'll spend 2 minutes to remember one of the fallen steps who died in Iraq. So he's known to us, so is it just take 1 minute from you? You can continue.
Is it okay to?
Yeah, sure, sure. Sakib.
12:30 বাজে তো এটাকে অফ করে দেবেন অফ
participated from Iraq. Baghdad, actually, he was stationed at that point in time. So when I learned this news, I just thought that it is possibly time to remember his service for the nation, the ultimate sacrifice that he has made. And I take this opportunity and request all of us to spend 1 minute in silence in remembering his life and his memory in service for Canada. Thank you very much. So we have our next presenter. So, Dr. Etsuko Yasui is an associate professor at the Department of Applied Disaster and Emergency Studies at Brandon University. Her research focuses on community-based disaster planning, specifically studying how community-based organizations, locally based non-government organizations particularly, contribute to the efforts of vulnerable communities to reduce disaster risk. Our research includes analyzing community development activities that enhance community resilience and the reduction of community vulnerability through collaborative work with community-based organizations, community, business, and industry, and local government. Her other interests are gender and disaster, community recovery planning, risk communication, and participatory community approach for disaster research. While she continues to visit communities affected by disasters in Japan, she studies small communities' flood experiences in Manitoba in recent years. She has been a member of the Dam Safety Working Group for the Canadian Dam Associations for 7 years and has been involved in the development of dam safety guidelines and training. She actively engages in Brandon Emergency Support Team as well. She is an editorial board member for the Canadian Journal of Emergency Management. She serves a number of committees for Brandon University, such as Employment Equity Working Group, Status of Women Review Committee, and others. She is a bookkeeper for local NGO for families with intellectual disabilities. Dr. Yasui was born and raised in Kyoto, Japan, and completed her PhD in the University of British Columbia School of Community and Regional Planning, Vancouver, BC in 2008. So welcome, Professor Yasui, for the presentation today. And we are very delighted to have you with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. Okay. I would like to start with my acknowledgement. I am a Japanese settler living in the land of Brandon, which is Treaty 2, the traditional homeland of Dakota, Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Cree, Dene, and Métis people. Today, I am at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights that is located on the Indigenous ancestral lands on Territory 1 territory. The Red River Valley is also the birthplace of Métis. I thank the land, water, the natural environment, and the people for allowing me to be who I am today. I want to walk the journey together to protect and honor the history and people affected by the legacies of colonialism. So today's presentation, thank goodness that we got the 3 sessions previously, and they're all very great presentation. That some of them
basically cover the things that I needed to relate to. So I can skip a little bit, hopefully, so then speed up my presentation, I hope. So talking about disaster trend, which Dr. Haku quickly went over. And then, so I would like to talk about the disaster management, relationship of risk, vulnerability, and 4 phases of disaster management. And then a little bit kind of focusing on the response as well as the recovery phases. And then from my kind of a research point of view, I would like to talk about the opportunities and challenges. And then and in relation to recovery planning, and then concluding remarks. So, as you now know, that the disaster trend in Canada or in the world is in the upward trend. And the world disaster numbers in 2020, excluding COVID case pandemic, again, the number of disaster events are increasing. Compared to the 2 previous decades. And however, the number of deaths and number of people affected by, according to the emergency management database, is in decrease. However, the economic losses are on the rise. Numbers are sometimes honest and sometimes not, so we always have to be careful with what they are. But the number of deaths in decline, as well as the people affected by, could be potentially the way we are able to manage preventing people dying from or being affected by, potentially. However, we're still not doing a good job on protecting properties or some expensive infrastructure, maybe also insurance. So looking at a little bit more details of the world kind of a trend, where people, who dies, where are they? And where people are affected by, and who are they, would be a kind of a question that we need to ask in terms of the reducing disaster risks. So you can see the Asian countries and African countries often are the locations that the people are dying and as well as being affected by. However, where the most economic losses are happening is the, you can imagine the North American continent. So that's potentially the cost of infrastructure and insurance. Keep in mind these numbers, people who died or are affected, they are sort of a direct impact, direct result of the disaster event. So something indirect or intangible numbers are not recorded. So that's maybe another area that we need to be able to count for that. Otherwise, we may not fully understand the reason why people are still affected by or economic losses in increase. So quickly, as an academic, that we need to define disaster. So the working disaster, I use the United Nations Disaster Risk Reductions definition. So disaster is a serious disruption of the functioning of a community or a society at any scale due to hazardous event interacting with conditions of exposure, vulnerability, and capacity, leading to one or more of the following: human, material, economic, and environmental losses and impact. So what makes hazardous, what makes a disastrous event a disaster is basically the presence of vulnerability. So where we have vulnerable populations being exposed to a hazard, and the hazard happens to them, that's when we have disaster. So the relationship among disaster, hazard, vulnerability, exposure are very simplistic way that they are the multiplication of hazard, vulnerability, exposure. becoming a disaster. When hazards are still present but not happening to vulnerable populations, then we have risk. Again, in terms of the disaster management, this is the mostly North American approach. I would say the 4 phases or 4 pillars or 4 cycles of disaster emergency management are the mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery. As you can see from the very simplified diagram, they are sort of a distinctive phase and have a different kind of activities and different kind of approach to planning and so forth. But in the real sense, they are more overlapping each other. There is no distinctive starting point and then ending point in a way. So that's kind of my schematic view of how they are related to each other when we're talking about the disaster management. Oh, sorry, I forgot that. So in terms of the relationship among these hazard vulnerability exposure, when we want to reduce risk, so again, this simplified formula, based on this simplified formula, we would consider if we can manage or reduce the level of hazard or level of vulnerability or level of exposure would be the way we could reduce risk. And again, the key is the vulnerable groups being exposed to hazards. So reducing vulnerability level is the very important aspect of disaster risk reduction. So I would like to go thinking about the response phases as well as the response phase as well as the recovery phase, because it's the kind of area important for the contribution of the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as the working with the different level of communities and other stakeholders. So in principle, we say the goal of response is to save lives, protect properties, and contain the impact, restore safety, basically away from danger. So we would like to see during the response phase, the safety is sort of achieved. People are evacuated, relocated somewhere else, or you are able to put out fires, and so then they don't have to evacuate. But those are the kind of common goals, and the little detailed activities is the first thing is the emergency damage assessment, initial damage assessment, or preliminary damage assessment, PDA, for the basically the purpose of the response or the requesting the relief from CAF or Red Cross or any other relief organizations. And while in the middle of, while doing it, the search and rescue, warning and evacuation are happening. Medical assistance and emergency shelters will be designated. Lifelines are restored, trying to restore or identify the programs, and then emergency center, operations center will be set it up. And then the major neighbors talking about sandbaggings and firefighting stuff, the kind of activities, actual activities are happening during the time of the response phase. During the time, and then we've been talking about the request from the local authority, local community to Canadian Armed Forces. What I hear about the kind of the moment of the need to make the damage assessment, so then local authority would know what they need, or how they need, or how much, or all that kind of understanding based on their impact assessment, damage assessment, is a critical, very important part of the response activities. But the difficulty is because they are the ones overwhelmed and affected by the event. So it's kind of a counterintuitive. You are asking local authority to go out there and then find what's going on. So then call me back, and then we'll decide what we can do. Well, no, you don't decide, I guess. The local authorities, again, they have to decide what they need. I think. So, which is very difficult for the local authority to achieve because it is not safe, it's dangerous, and you're asking them to go out. And I did hear some disaster event in the past that the city, because they need to understand the situation, so they ask their officials to go out, basically, literally bicycle to bike around the area to basically assess the damage, which means the people dying, buildings are collapsed and damaged, fires out there, or whatever. That's something that they are asked to do, which is, you can imagine, not the easy task to achieve. And on top of that, as you are out there trying to make the assessment, damage assessment, but then you see people are trapped in a rubble or maybe dying, and how can you leave them, not helping them, and then get the number, write it down, and then come back to your boss or whoever, and then report. That kind of a task is morally, emotionally very difficult. And then later they will be criticized for doing that. So in a way, I hear that will be the local authorities' last resort, the Canadian Armed Force, to come and help them. But maybe it's first the reaction that that's all they can do. It's just so dangerous for them to go outside. They can't go outside, and if they go outside, they will see people dying, and they have to help them and put out the fires and stop the water leaking, or all the things happening in this chaotic situation. While we know community people are very calm when something happens, they can manage, they are capable of responding to situations, but the reporting, in order to request the external help is, I wonder, something has to be revisited, redefined. Maybe somebody else should be doing this task because of simply they are impacted. And that's what the definition of disaster is, right? You're overwhelmed, you can't do without external help. But then you're asking them to make assessment to how to request help is paradoxical question. So next, moving on to the Build Back Better recovery. This is the 2015 United Nations World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai. So they developed a framework for the 4 priority areas of the disaster risk reduction. And one of the priority is the Build Back Better in recovery. Basically, we do know if you can't recover from the event better, stronger than before, then you're basically going back to where you were before, where you were the vulnerable level that you were at. So you have to be able to recover stronger. Otherwise, now we know there is a next one coming. There's no way we can avoid that. So the next one is coming. So we have to be stronger and prepared for a disaster event. And Build Back Better in what way is, like I said before, it's a level of vulnerability we need to be able to minimize, or we need to be able to manage the condition of vulnerability that the community is experiencing. So that's the essence of Build Back Better. So then we will be able to respond better. Now this is, I don't know, the line. I was drawing that last night, so I couldn't really make the nice line. I asked my kids, is there any math formula to make this line? And then I'm pretty sure there's something like that if you're good at math, but then, they said, no, I don't. So I guess I should draw it. And yeah, that's the only way you can do it. So, okay, so I draw it. Anyway, it's not that bad. So this is a schematic, again, kind of a diagram to think about what Build Back Better should look like. So the point A is when the disaster happened. And then sort of this could be the level of population, level of economic production, your facility production, or the number of housing, or the speed of reconstruction, and so some kind of an indicator that you can use. So when the disaster happens and then people are evacuating or maybe dying, so that the number will go down. And then the point B is this sort of the time that the reconstruction begins. That kind of a downward trend is kind of sort of pushing back and then going up to the upward level, and then passing to the level, the pre-disaster level, which is the thin line. You can see that's a sort of a reference point. So once you are surpassing that point, schematically speaking, in principle, you are kind of in a positive trend to going maybe potentially achieving the Build Back Better kind of level. So the indicator is really simplified version of it, but the speed of sort of a recovery is the sort of a length as well as the width that can be represented, right? So faster, smoother recovery you can achieve, then this curve should be a little more sharper than this, I think. So that's the kind of an image of Build Back Better. So thinking about the recovery activities, often we look at the recovery in terms of the short-term and then long-term recovery activities. And then short-term one is the damage assessment, debris management, cleanup, and sometimes building and sometimes designating shelters, and then restoring lifelines. So this damage assessment is more like for the rebuilding or certain rescue purposes, not the initial damage assessment that I was talking about earlier. So that's the kind of a short-term recovery activities. I put this recovery plan. Now I'm advocating having the pre-disaster recovery plan, meaning we should have a recovery plan before events or any disaster happens, because often recovery plan is planned right after disaster happens, and that is actually too late to plan for it. And that's another reason, because if we don't have a plan, that's why we don't know where we are going. So the upward trend for Build Back Better is great, but then where you are going, if we don't know, then that would be difficult for probably local authority to request help and what they want, because they don't really know where they are going, basically. So during the kind of a short-term recovery phase time, and then transition into longer kind of a longer recovery plan, the recovery activities, the communities are working hard to rebuild their loss. from the disaster. So they are anxious to speed up as fast as possible. And then they set aside any problems or some conflict in situation that they had previously prior to disasters. They set aside and they focus on fighting the situation, responding and recovering from the disaster. So often you might hear the honeymoon period of disaster. Everybody is working together, and then to the goal for recovery. So the resource will be people power and material power, money will be all converging to the affected communities, and everybody is willing to help and anxious to work for their rebuilding process. That's when I think the importance of leadership, and as you know now, the leadership doesn't have to be just one organization or one individual to hold. It could be the collective leaderships, because there are multiple stakeholders involved in the situation. So I think leadership should be carried out in a collective sense. The earlier, the First Nations community is talking about bringing everybody at the table. So that's probably the essence that we need to consider doing it. And coordination, that's often you hear many times during the kind of a chaotic time, coordination was not there. Lack of coordination was an issue we hear quite often. So if we know that's the problem, or that's the something that we are having a hard time achieving, then we definitely need to plan for that, how we can coordinate. And so the convergence, a lot of new groups are also developing and then growing in the middle of the kind of a response or recovery phase. And these are the ones that try to meet the needs of local communities, or specific needs of the local communities are missing. So that's the kind of a time, a lot of things happening, and we need somebody to be able to identify the kind of a situation and then lead and organize, coordinate the kind of a responsibilities and resources, allocating responsibilities and resources. Long-term recovery, often they try to restore the critical infrastructure, and community will be rebuilding their homes and work and school and health, physical and emotional health, and some kind of closure type of activities, funerals and ceremonies, spiritual events. And some legal issues are all happening, restore their rights and stuff is happening. And that's when the mitigation, in my opinion, mitigation is sort of a risk reduction effort, potentially long-term, but happens throughout the time of the 3 phases of emergency management. Mitigation will be some kind of a long, ongoing effort. And that's the kind of a time back to routine or new normal will be sort of achieved. So you can notice that I add this red, again, my handwriting line. That's the line for vulnerability. So from what I have observed and try to understand the community's experiences of disasters, we often talk about recovery. So the black line, the going down and going upward, that's when the kind of a recovery rebuilding is happening. that's probably more like the physical rebuilding, or the things is more tangible level that you can rebuild. And that's important. That's the time that the community is really bouncing back to go, go back or build back better effort. But that doesn't mean vulnerability is also eliminated. It's still there, and some studies mention the vulnerable groups or vulnerability continue to struggle even after the safety is contained. So I wanted to point out the three different moments. Again, kind of a schematical view, but the first point is a disaster, when the risk becomes a disaster. And then second point is the reconstruction effort kind of start to sort of going upward trend. And then the last point is the level of vulnerability is still present, while the resilience, the level is sort of a kind of a pushing or the exceeding the level of vulnerability. So first one is the level that the point, important point that I mentioned earlier about the emergency damage assessment. So that's very important, right? So if we don't have how we can kind of contain the safety, how we can help people to evacuate or search and rescue, or where we are going in terms of the build back better recovery. That's the kind of a crucial moment that we, I think, don't have good planning for it. So a lot of things can be possible, but who would be best suited this type of activity, to being able to assess the damage and then bring it back, report, and then discuss what's the best way to respond and contain the situation. So that's a critical moment. Next moment is the reconstruction. Like I said, the reconstruction mostly sort of a physical type of activities are kind of happening. But at the same time, behind that, there are a lot of, like I said, the people are going, people and resources, money and materials are poured in. So things are really happening in that kind of a moment, which is very chaotic, but at the same time, lots of important movements are happening. Communities are trying to really bounce back. So that's the moment we need to really capture and how we can best support that activities and movement, so then they can carry on and then the basically contain the safety and build back better to the recovery. So ensuring the local interest, and that will be prioritized. So we need to really have a dialogue with the local authorities and local community members to understand their concerns are in terms of the process of recovery, and then ensure the support structure for the resilience building. The third point is the vulnerability and resilience. They are sort of I don't say they're, well, in my opinion, vulnerability and resilience are not the two sides of a coin. They are different things. But what happens is the vulnerability will be present at the same time. Resilience will be happening too. And so the moment of the people are experiencing vulnerable, that needs to be, that their interests or their needs to be met, so then we can support their situation in the middle of recovery process. In the meantime, vulnerable people are resilient as well. So we need to ensure the resilience is carried out, and that's the kind of a preserve for them to build back better. So that's the kind of a third point that we need to recognize what is happening. And the basic kind of understanding of vulnerability, we need to support their autonomy, support their decision-making power, and then their rights are protected, and then their vulnerability is managed with the kind of assisting structure for them, for us to provide.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, thank you. I think this is almost done. So to capture the kind of 3 different points, what we really wanted to achieve, I put the CAF and community shared roles because it's not something we can identify who should do what, but then it should be something that with a dialogue that they should be able to identify. So the first one, critical moment 1, is the achieve accurate damage assessment, allocate and share roles and responsibilities, and critical moment 2 would be the awareness for convergence and collaboration, and assisting collective leaderships and resilience building. And critical moment 3 is to address and advocate autonomy and empowerment of the vulnerable people. That will be the process of resiliency building. Advancing the support structure and social infrastructure to improve vulnerable communities' recovery. So when an emergency becomes everyday roles of community would be they should be, or as you know, they are there, so they are actually the first responders, right? They are the ones that are helping people, neighbors, their family members. So we need to recognize they are first responders. But at the same time, they are the ones overwhelmed and impacted. But they are the agents of recoveries. They are most interested in their own community and their recovery. So we need to acknowledge that. And they have the local knowledge and skills about their community. And they are the ones at the long term, they are the ones dedicated to devote themselves to work toward build back better recovery. So when emergency becomes everyday, roles of Canadian Armed Forces. This is my just really suggestion, not anything definitive. But the first, the 3 roles that they have, which we know, the defense and humanitarian relief and support to civil authorities emergencies. But new roles, maybe they can lead the team. I know there is hesitancy about the controlling and leading and taking in charge. That thing, I get that. At the same time, somebody has to lead the situation where the situation is so chaotic, and my understanding of the military training is they are the ones have a strong sense of situation, what's going on, and then really they kind of get the balance or people, group, resources that they're trained to really identify the roles and responsibilities. So maybe with the local authorities discussion, that could be item 2 change. And then transferring knowledge and skills. I understand they have a immense amount of knowledge and skills in there. So it will be another way to think about is to train local communities. And to a degree, I think people are doing something with the community outreach and stuff. So I think it can be more we would to see the kind of activity would be great. And then the establishing foundation support structure, which is maybe a little bit too broad, but I think the kind of sharing the responsibility and building that kind of a resilience with working with local community, maybe new roles. Can I just have one more slide, or do you want me to stop?
Just, yeah, if you can just summarize that. Thank you. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Conclude.
Okay. So, well, this is the last slide. So the I think the one thing that I want to say, the windows of opportunities. So building resilience is a difficult task. It's not easy. But then the coordination of the external assistance as well as internal resources need to happen. Enhancing the ongoing emergent engagement dialogue with local communities. Sorry, just forgot about the best. But anyway, and then maybe there are some opportunities to have new or improved policies, shared understanding with the local communities, and strategies and resource distribution. Basically, work together to achieve disaster risk reduction. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you so much. The audience, we barely have only 2 minutes actually for the next session. And we request maybe 1 question or 2 questions from the audience, if there is any pressing questions.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation, touching the whole cycle of disaster and emergencies. I want to pick up one issue that you highlighted is the local communities' autonomy and also individual rights. In an emergency situation, I mean, that's a dilemma that the local community would like to remain sovereign, autonomous. Individual also want that his or her charter of rights are totally respected. But emergency situation, that may not be possible because it's a matter of losing lives at a matter of moment. And that's why in Canada now we have emergency laws and so on, in many other countries also, and so on. So that fine line that when individual rights and community sovereignty should be overridden, there is no hard line. And society needs to come to an agreement, which cannot be also static, it should be dynamic. My question to you, that what should be the method of reaching that when emergency declared should be performed so that individual charter rights and community sovereignty should be overridden? Any thoughts, any reflection?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question, and I do agree, and I think that's probably the important part is the public awareness and education and discussion, I think. So the Canadian Dam Association, they had a presentation the other day. The dam owners had an open house, and then showing the map of the inundation map, basically showing people where you live might flood it, right? So, but they want to know what could happen, and having that kind of knowledge or information will help them to think about what they want to do after, right? So, in my opinion, similar thing. Even the disaster time, certain rescue, save lives is important, but at the same time, it's equally important to have the damage assessment. We need to assess. So sorry, people are just walking around or helicopter, flying to assess the damage while people are trying to find people under the rubble. It's kind of important to discuss what's the benefit. I don't want to get into the one person's life over the thousands lives. That's not something we can discuss about it. But at the same time, I think we need to discuss that's what is sometimes happen, and it seems like the Canadian Dam Association example that the people understand it, and we know that's not just being selfish, but then it's important for us to also understand. So the education would be the kind of one key, seems to me.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your brilliant presentation. Thank you. So we'll move to the next presentation, and I think this is going to be very interesting. And so far we have heard from academics, Canadian Armed Forces members, but now Dr. Johan Botha, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister of Emergency Measures Organization of Government of Manitoba, is going to share his ideas and experiences with us, and what we call the hub of decision making and hub of activities. So as we set his presentation up, let me read his bio. Dr. Johan Botha holds one of the few PhDs in Canada that is specialized in Canadian emergency management. His background is focused on determining effective collaboration across all levels of government and the military during all phases of emergency management. And he has served as an officer in the Canadian Armed Forces during domestic disaster responses. His work on floods, wildfires, and hurricanes is one of this country's only multi-hazard, multi-province, large-scale disaster response doctoral analysis published in 2022 as textbook for emergency managers, officials, soldiers, and scholars, which is titled Boots on the Ground, Disaster Response in Canada. This book is available in the Amazon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a publication, sir. Johan took lead to the Manitoba Emergency Measures Organization in 2019 to bring strategic whole-of-government lens to emergency management with an extra focus on mitigation efforts that reduce disaster impacts over the long term. Some of the Manitoba Emergency Measure Organization initiatives overseen by Johan include a revamped disaster financial assistance program, launching a new mitigation and preparedness program, and successfully coordinating government's response to multiple natural disasters, including the massive 2022 flood. Johan has brought emergency management expertise and capacity to other large operations, including Manitoba's successful COVID-19 vaccination rollout and integrating displaced Ukrainians into the province. Dr. Johan is going to talk, and his title is The Ingredients of Effective Inter-Organizational Collaboration, Lessons Learned from the Natural Disaster Response Across Canada. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I think sometimes, maybe in any bureaucracy, but certainly the provincial bureaucracy, we can talk to ourselves a lot. It's good to be able to talk to everyone else as well and hear these perspectives. So thank you for the invite. I should be upfront. I started off with this title, The Ingredients of Effective Interorganizational Collaboration, and then the metaphor sort of ran away with me, and you'll note that this is going to be a full culinary analogy that may not be coherent entirely, but the emergency management of sound, even if the metaphor is pushed. So our menu for today are these events, and about half of these I studied in depth as an academic. They did fill the textbook that I was able to author, and the other half are ones that I was either responsible for coordinating or I had a direct line of sight through Manitoba staff that deployed to other PTs. And we'll be taking this menu to help distill from a practitioner's perspective now, because I'm no longer actively in the academy, on what lessons can be learned from all these events that lead to effective outcomes during the response phase, although obviously, as was mentioned, the other phases sort of are looped in. Yeah, let's take it away. So who are the chefs? It's not just the province, of course. There are many players involved. The chefs that I'm most accustomed to dealing with and the ones that I researched are up there. It's very government heavy, as you can see. But that said, there are other emergency management partners, of course, the military, but utilities, telecoms, the Red Cross. There are other formal actors that are key to this response. Although I would say that both my research and my experience during the large events is government heavy. All three levels of government are heavily engaged. The blind spot, if you will, the chef that should probably be there more commonly is civil society. And I think one of the earlier questions this morning is, to what degree has the emergency management system in Canada incorporated the capacity that exists in civil society? And I would say probably not enough. And the lessons learned here doesn't really include that aspect. So it's a gap. The lessons learned are involving those chefs, if you will. So first things first, we're going to go through the whole menu. But I would say that there are appetizers to effective interorganizational collaboration. And for those who study this and who have lived disasters, there probably won't be too many surprises. If anything, it'll just be an affirmation of what you already know. I'll go through each of them briefly, and I'll provide a concrete example for each of them. But I would say, before we get to the entrees or the desserts to avoid, or desserts to have, or dishes to avoid, you need this in place. This is what you would need in place, both from my personal experience as well as from my research. So information sharing, I think after every single event, communication is identified as a prominent theme, either as it having gone well, or as often the case, not always having gone well. So there's some examples there of what needs to be in place and what often was in place in the events that fills our menu. I won't read all of them because, in the interest of time, and they're up there, but they're pretty practical things. This is not super conceptual. This is your distribution of emergency response plans ahead of time, a presence in an EOC, an emergency operations center, by different organizations. So, Nate and team being in the provincial EOC, allowing in the city of Winnipeg if it's an event impacting them. That's key. That's essential. Distribution of new data as an event unfolds. So if the province assesses new hydrological risks during flood, distributing that data in a timely way, in a way that's perceived to be transparent, is essential. And I guess I'll close off. I didn't end up reading all of them, but an access to a variety of individuals and organizations. So not a filter person, an actual link into the other organizations so you can engage them as a full team member. These things are all key. This is not rocket science. I think everyone here knows this. The concrete example I'd like to note is liaison officers. It's probably what drove my question to Nate earlier today. This is sort of an unseen link often between the civilian emergency management side and the CAF capacity. I think the public often sees the military deploy once there's a large event and a request for assistance has been successful. But there's always a liaison officer linked into the provincial emergency management entity. They're part of our joint calls, they're part of planning, and they often critically allow the informal sharing of information when you can't always share the formal information depending on who your political masters might be on the feds in the province. A really nice example of this is during Hurricane Igor, which is one of the events on our menu. At the time, I don't know if you'll recall, there was a concern that ended up being correct, that Premier Danny Williams may not issue the request for assistance in time because he was in a bit of a spat with the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, at the time around provincial resource development projects. He had actually he lowered all the Canadian flags on provincial or in the province that he had access to. So there was a concern amongst the emergency managers that as Hurricane Igor's intense impact was becoming clear, that the province, for political reasons, would not issue the request for assistance in time. But the liaison officers were very, very well looped into the dynamics on the ground, and purely through informal information sharing, really discussions, really picking up phones, having conversations, the LOs were able to make clear to the CAF powers that be, mostly CFP Gagetown, that there will have to be an RFA, regardless of what's happening on the political side. You might as well plan like there is one. We know what's going on the ground. Long story short, Premier Williams did delay. By the time that he issued the RFA, it was a disaster zone. But a week or so prior, the Canadian Armed Forces had launched a troop movement exercise that had put a bunch of assets around Sydney, Nova Scotia, so that the RFA was issued and they were able to deploy the next day, and it looked like a beautifully smooth process. But really, all that it was informal information sharing amongst the LO and the civilian side. So a nice example of transcending either political disputes or transcending an institutional constraint like the RFA through that kind of communication. Non-manipulative influence. You need to be able to influence each other. large organizations need to be able to influence each other in a non-manipulative way. If the province cannot change its mind, then we're not going to be very effective in our response. A concrete example here, and this occurred in Manitoba in 2022, and it also occurred in the atmospheric river in BC. Provinces usually proclaim disaster financial assistance to local authorities and to individuals after an event. Mostly once all the damage is accumulated and collated, the government will make a decision and then they will announce it. And that's more than often the case for various reasons. During recent events, atmospheric river, flood in Manitoba, there was a very clear message from impacted municipalities that if the province is going to declare a DFA, please do it now, because then they don't have to worry about themselves collating all the costs. Some of the comments that was made by the previous presenter, worrying about the recovery phase, not knowing how they're going to even approach the damaged infrastructure impacts on people's lives. Their psychological attention span would just be increased if the province said, well, there's going to be one, so don't worry about it. The province in the Manitoba case in 2022 and in BC, they did it. So that was not the plan initially, but the decisions were influenced by municipalities at the table, and it then improved their response right away. You could see the attention being diverted to more efficient uses. Flexibility, I know that the methodological purists in the room might quibble with the fact that flexibility sounds very similar to non-manipulative influence, they are. The reason why I broke out flexibility is an organization should be able to change what it was thinking it should do, even if it doesn't have information from another, even if it's not being influenced. If you get data that suggests that you should do something else, you should be able to adjust and not sort of have the foot in the door syndrome where you've gone this direction, now you're going to keep going. I'll be using a very tactical example here, but during Alberta 2013 and then the Gatineau floods as well, there were prominent cases that I was personally involved with where CAF had already done extensive planning to go check on non-evacuees, house by house by house, certainly not to force them to evacuate. It wasn't an assistance to law enforcement situation at all, but to go check on evacuees. And there's lots of planning on how to get to places, how to engage the civilians, how to accumulate the data, everything else, lots of work. But by looking at the risk assessment, by looking at the issues, there were no issues with these non-evacuees, and that really municipalities had identified in their updates lack of clarity around water levels and needing manpower for sandbagging. Once it sort of hit CAF that was the reality, they changed those plans. They got rid of it, and they prioritized sandbagging and water level monitoring as opposed to that checkup. So it's a very practical example. It's very tactical. It's on the ground. It may not seem that sexy. It's got no conceptual stuff, but that improved the response, the ability to switch up what you thought you had to do. Support is key. I mean, I think it maybe sounds a little bread and butter, but if you cannot support another organization, if the province can't support a municipality, if a large municipality can't support its neighbors, if CAF has capacity issues in certain areas and can't support, it's difficult to collaborate. So the presentation from Norway, a Cree Nation this morning, noting the need for greater capacity for emergency management on First Nations, some First Nations, that's a very key point, because the ability to collaborate effectively with others depends in part on your ability to give them support and receive support in turn. Boots on the ground is a classic example. It's the actual labor force that shows up. I think from the provincial perspective, there's a lot that the civilian side can do across all phases of emergency management, if not most things, if properly resourced down the line. The one thing that's very difficult for me to think of that we could ever do on the civilian side is it's the boots on the ground. It's the large, self-contained labor force that's very well organized that can deploy and help. If that option is removed from us for large events, our first questions will be what replaces it and how feasible is it to build something in its place. But there are many other examples. I've noted hydrological forecasting. One of the things the province does fairly well, I would say, is our ability to provide municipalities and Manitobans with a good idea of spring floods. When are they coming? To what degree are they coming? Where are they going to go? It's not perfect by any means, but it's quite good. And municipalities, local authorities, individual Manitobans rely on this to respond. That's a support capacity, an intelligence technological support capacity that no individual municipality is going to build. And then finally, you need a table for collective conflict resolution. People disagree during disaster response. One of the previous presenters have noted that if you're going to decide where to put resources and who gets it, A, it's political, and B, because it's political, people disagree. So some of those decisions have to happen at a political level. It's above my head as the nonpartisan official, but many decisions below the political level are still, you get into conflict. Because there are different ideas and perceptions on what to do and what not to do. What we found across the events that we've talked about, it's essential to try and formalize a table or a unit or an organization to bring some of these disputes to, not to overemphasize disputes. There's so much disputes are just figured out by professionals on the ground. They don't need to go to a table, but there needs to be something in existence. So what we've put together, at least in Manitoba, but I know other jurisdictions have done this as well, in their emergency operations center, there's not just your conventional operations, logistics, planning sections doing all the work. There's some kind of ad hoc unit that will have a higher level official there like myself, not just the emergency operations center person, and the representatives of the dispute. And I'm not going to, this is not a time to air dirty laundry of me or my partner, so I'm not going to maybe give a detailed example, but numerous times in a large event, you're going to have a local authority, an emergency management partner, an MLA representing their community. They're going to have an issue with one or two response actions. And if you don't have a dedicated piece where you have the right level of officials and the right players involved, then those things can fester and sort of the negative perceptions build. And then all of a sudden you have a disaster response that's going to get unwieldy. So it's key. It's key. And that's sort of the appetizers. I think if you have those in place, it's a really, really good start. How am I doing for time? I'm not really.
We have another 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll go fast. These are the entrees. These are the meatier, beefier aspects of effective interorganizational collaboration. I would say it's difficult to have them in place if you don't have the appetizers. You can't really enjoy, a hearty meal like this if you haven't been properly appetized. These are probably words that everyone recognizes. Coordination, lots of definitions out there. I'll throw some phrases out that at least in the practical practitioner realm, this is key. Common vision of the end state, agreement on the actions necessary to achieve the end state. Really just the right hand needs to know what the left hand is doing. And it's not always possible during disaster response, but as much as you can communicate that piece. And you can see how this builds on information sharing. Can't really do this without information sharing. Those are all activities that we try to, I'm sure that the military folks will see common vision of the end state is very important for any mission, especially if there's a launch off point or redeployment point for the military and the civilians think they should stay for much longer. But what I would use as an example is, and maybe I've got the rose-tinted glasses on, but while inside organizations, the military, some emergency management organizations, some hazard specialists like the wildfire folks, they've got very hierarchical ways of managing themselves internally, and often legitimately so. My experience, certainly research and practically, is that amongst the organizations responding, so not their internal structures, but amongst themselves, there's a very high degree of collegiality in the Canadian context. There is very rarely a desire for a larger player to come and sort of boss people around. I've never seen that in the military. We try really not to do that with municipalities at the table. And I haven't experienced that from the federal government. Yes, there are issues that pop up, but there's definitely a desire to be collegial and collaborative and not have a sort of a dominating effect. Integration is a bit more tactical in the sense that it's not just, does the right hand know what the left hand is doing, like in coordination? It is more, can the right and the left hand actually work together and perform a response task together? This is difficult to do. There's lots of examples of how this doesn't work out very well. Interoperable planning doesn't always link in or talk. If there isn't a good briefing ahead of time, civilians might not always know what the planning process is like on the military side or vice versa. So sharing templates ahead of time, practical stuff. It's not rocket science, but what templates are you using? What's your operational rhythm? Like, what products are you disseminating? Are you doing a sit rep once a day, twice a day? These are other things. This is bread and butter emergency management. If it's not integrated, things go south pretty quickly. A good example of how this worked over time, although I think there were some hiccups, is the wildfires during 2015 in Saskatchewan. The military personnel had to be trained really quickly. It's sort of a 3-day thing. And then they had to go deploy into a firefighting situation with professional wildfire fighters. There was, initially, how do you incorporate them? You can't have them off doing their own thing. They need to be integrated. So what does that look like? Ultimately, there's integration where lower level fires could be handled, supported by the CAF folks, whereas the hotter spots was tackled by the professionalized civilian wildfire fighters, and it worked. So it's a good example of integration, even if there were some bumps initially. If you have zero integration, there tends to be a problem. You've got people doing tactically things, separate, and leads to issues. I'll go through these two really quick for the sake of time. These two, satisfaction and trust, seem like fluffy variables. They're super important. If organizations don't express satisfaction with their emergency management partners, it usually, by definition, means that something went wrong in the response. Whether it's monitored through increased insurable damages, whether it's through impacts to lives and property, whether it's to an unwillingness to take up a useful solution in the future, the expression of satisfaction afterwards is a key part, and so is trust. I had examples here, but I think for the sake of time, I'll just note those two concepts because this is an interesting one that I'd like to get to before we get to dessert. These are dishes to avoid. Any large organization, any large system, especially if you work in large bureaucracies, these things are constantly at risk. So I think you'd be naive to think that they're not. So I think people in my position and my teams, we try to be alive for when these things might creep up, and we try to avoid them. The first one is empire building. This is essentially taking any action that would benefit the joint response and undermining that to enhance the prestige or protecting your own organization. It's a very natural thing to do. And it can be tempting, especially if you feel like you have the solution to everything. There's some prominent examples in the Canadian context. I won't mention specifically which ones, but where a hazard-specific organization like a wildfire service, and actually I'm not talking about the Manitoba context, I'll just say that out, but like a wildfire organization may not believe that the emergency management side, who does all hazards and isn't a specialist in wildfire, should be privy to their operations and their decision making. And vice versa, the emergency management side could feel, these are just tactical folks on the ground. They're not as close to government. We're not going to loop them into everything. And there's a desire to build each organization independent of the other one. This wreaks havoc during a disaster response. Municipalities get different information. Their situational awareness is all over the place. Individuals and communities don't know which lever to pull when they get these kind of mixed messages. It's just nasty. There's tons of examples of this in the non-emergency management space, security entities and so on, but something to avoid. Manipulation and distrust, something to avoid as well. I'll go through those two just quick. I have to be honest. These are manipulation and distrust are not things that I have seen a lot of in the Canadian context. The empire building occurs often because there is some kernel of positive intent. There's a belief that you can do better than others. Manipulation and distrust, I'll read them quick, changing someone's behavior in a veiled manner. So you're really getting close to sabotage. And distrust is if you don't want to share anything, you think you can do everything by yourself. There's often a negative intent behind these. There's pockets of it, in my experience, in the EM world. Again, maybe rose-tinted glasses, maybe I'm biased because this is my world, but I see very little of this. I see very, very little, but there's generally a desire around wanting to, that honeymoon period tends to pop up. What often happens though is benign capacity, meaning that there's not resources. You just don't have the resources to help, which means that it's difficult for you to collaborate. And the example I'm here is smaller jurisdictions. Like a smaller municipality is going to struggle to collaborate at the same level. So building that community capacity is key. The military, if the province requests X amount of boots on the ground, if they can only provide so much because there's other commitments and they don't have, they're 10,000 short, or if they don't have the Air Force capacity anymore to do what the civilian side would like, obviously the military side is going to have a take on whether or not it's needed in the first place. But if there's a capacity issue, collaboration is going to be impacted. And then finally, this one's probably key, but it's also nice because it's easier to fix. You don't need lots of resources for it. It's just different. Like you sit where you stand. You're going to perceive things based on your own context. So if you have a different perspective on what the problem is and what the solutions are, you can you can really run into issues when you respond. A key problem is there's often a conceptual difference depending on the player on when the recovery phase starts and what the recovery phase entails. So it's very, very common for maybe a larger organization like the province or the military to tell a smaller organization like a municipality, you're in recovery now, so we're out. You know, you need to recover. We've got disaster financial assistance and so on, but you need to start building your recovery piece. You need this as part of your capacity and resiliency, everything else. Often from a municipal perspective or a smaller jurisdiction perspective, they say, no, we are still struggling. Like we are in the middle of the response phase here. This is not recovery. And that leads to all sorts of issues. So trying to identify where the line is, how close can you come to the same conception? Obviously, this is not the only example. It's one of many, but it's a very prominent one. Getting to the same identification of a problem or a solution or where you are is key. So this is my last slide. What's the dessert? There's lots of legitimate talk around. I probably won't use this analogy again, but I was so far down it when I started, so I have to keep going. There's a lot of talk around needing more resources, needing to build capacity. It's sort of an academic's favorite thing to say that more research is needed, which is often all true. But the nice thing about a lot of these lessons learned is they often don't require more resources, and they often don't require more research. We know information sharing is key. We just know it. We know that conceptual difference is a problem. Those are things that you can fix without that's talking, that's engaging, that's better processes. It's not necessarily more resources. So that's a nice thing. And I would say start with the appetizers first. Don't worry about these complex concepts like coordination, integration, whatever. The appetizers are very practical, and the rest can often follow. And then I guess I'll close off with this, that we don't have to worry about the performance audit because that's just me trying to sell my textbook. You can, if you go to the hazards don't matter, the all hazards approach, I think, is a legitimate one from this perspective, because all the lessons learned that I've mentioned will improve the response to all those hazards. I have no personal experience or research into how they might deal with non-natural disasters or non-nature triggered events. It'd be interesting to see to what degree those lessons learned are feasible in those cases. But for wildfires, floods, hurricanes, flash floods, you don't have to recreate the world for all of them. These things will make a difference. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. I think in retrospect, we couldn't manage all these appetizers and desserts that you displayed. We had humble standards, but next time we hope we'll do better. So the floor is open for question and answer. Please, Professor Ankusan. Thank you.
Thanks very much. This is kind of an uncharacteristically practical question from my perspective. Thinking about some of the issues you talked about there in terms of the need for more communication, better communication, as well as the concern about conceptual misunderstandings. Are there platforms that are used across jurisdictionally to kind of facilitate that? Everybody's using application X, and therefore information sharing at least doesn't have to be translated, cut and paste, put into an email. Are there ways in which perhaps there's a platform in all the senses of that word to help this, or is it actually being done in a very piecemeal way across the various jurisdictions?
That's a great question. I think it is being done in a piecemeal way, in the sense that each province is pursuing a slightly different attempt at that. But I would say that almost every PT, province or territory, is trying to move into that space where you've got a tech platform of some kind that will allow sort of consistent situational awareness sharing. We have one that we sort of built in-house. It's called the EMO portal. Our emergency management partners have access to it. It's planning, it's the live hazard as it unfolds, where assets are, identification of gaps, all that stuff. The problem is that everyone's running into, so you have one platform who has access to it. The municipalities may not have access. They may be using a different platform. So those are the problems we're working through.
And it doesn't speak, and the federal government wouldn't have access to it, nor would, say, Ontario, which are across the border.
So we're trying, it's a great question. We're actively working through it. So for the most part, our portal, our federal partners have access, and other provinces can have access. It's a bit of a struggle with municipalities at the moment through no fault of their own. It's just the platform that we've chosen. So those are issues we want to work through. But a single one that everyone can tap into nationwide, there's been attempts, there's different platforms tailored to emergency management. I wouldn't say that we ever landed on a standardized one.
Thank you. Go ahead, Professor Steve. Thanks for the presentation. It's funny they used all this food stuff. I have to say that he was in my class long ago before I really got involved in baking and cooking, so I can't take responsibility for your metaphor today. One of the things that came up earlier today, well, there are two questions. The first is that one of the things that came up earlier today was this idea, this concept, I think, by a number of people that emergency management really starts in these crises with the local level, which mostly would be you, Manitoba, and then you get the boss around through your collegial networking. Everybody who then jumps into the fray after that, right? So emergency is declared, Manitoba's doing stuff, and then the military shows up, and other federal folks show up. And so I guess the question for me is, how do you react to this situation where, in the grand scheme of things, they may look at you as a pipsqueak, but you're the one who's got the authority, and everybody else has to follow what you're doing. How do you manage that delicate situation since there are all these egos at stake for these organizations that think that they're more experienced, bigger, whatever, and it's not that Major Nate is, that arrogant, but other folks that he might be working with are. So how do you manage that? And is that a problem that you face? And then the second question is more of a, how much do you talk to the folks in other provinces to develop how to figure out how to do this stuff?
Thank you so much, Professor Seven. So on the first one, it is definitely a risk. And we find that if we didn't properly engage during the preparedness phase, which for us in the hazard landscape in Manitoba is such that usually, knock on wood, between fall to spring, October to, ice storms aside, October to March is fairly quiet, and we call it our preparedness phase, our planning phase, and we incorporate all the players that might become issues during a response into that phase very formally, products, meetings, everything else, so that by the time the event occurs and they're brought in, that no one feels like they need to make themselves known, or they feel like they need to adjudicate or provide their particular brilliant idea, because we've discussed it during the preparedness phase. It works fairly well. It's not perfect. If we don't do it, what you just described happens way more. Nate sits at that table, he's looped into those meetings during our preparedness phase, so that helps. I would note just a minor quibble from the practitioner side on this idea that local authorities respond first every time. I would say, back to my point on support, there's some elements that the province and municipalities arrive at it together, especially in events that we're good at. So we start forecasting flooding first. The province does that. We operate water control structures first. We do that. We cleared the highways and the provincial thing first. We do that. There's roles and responsibilities at higher levels that starts when the hazard hits. So while local authorities do make decisions for themselves, there's a tremendous amount of things that we start at the same time. But to your other question, Professor, yes, there's a formalized network amongst my counterparts. It's called the Canadian Council of Emergency Management Organizations. It's the assistant deputy minister usually that's responsible for each PT's EMO. They sit at this group. We have monthly meetings, if not more. There's various lessons learned, lots of things discussed. There's often big ticket agenda items. And then the counterpart to that is called SORM, the senior officers responsible for emergency management. It's the same group, but this time the federal ADM is participates as well. There's large items discussed there, and there's lots of lessons learned. And then usually annually, there's an attempt for either the deputy minister or the ministers responsible for emergency management to meet. I'm not sharing any state secrets by noting that all these ministers will meet this mid-December. There'll be there's an agenda, there'll be a communique that follows. And you'll note some of those items we haven't discussed today, but they're large, big items.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jehanov. Finally we could meet during the COVID time. We had many communications, but you couldn't meet it. Your presentation, you covered so much, if I would have listened to a Deputy Minister, ADM, 30 years ago, mistrust and other words, they would never put it on the screen. So that's a great change, I really, really welcome, this type of change. That's what I was mentioning in the morning, that, water has, drained out and now, the newer approach, there has been moved and we could see the reflection of your newer approach, bringing the community vertical and horizontal, all those things. So really, really thank you very much that you are pushing those academic ideas that we talked about over decades. Now you are on the practical side trying to implement it. My second comment is about like some of the conflict that you deal with every day and so and so. In the Manitoba context, one thing that after 1997 flood, that Winnipeg is a priority. It has got so much of investment, infrastructure, financial institution, and the communities in the south and so and so. They legitimately claim that everything is Winnipeg, and you don't talk to us, you don't bring us to the table, and so on. So, and we did some recent surveys, but still some of those things are there. So you mentioned that communication and bringing them to the table and so on. I mean, these are hard decisions. Obviously, Winnipeg needs to be priority economic-wise and otherwise, but it's not at the expense of others or not forgetting the other communities. So your pluralistic approach and bringing them together and coordination is excellent in ideas and so and so. But practically, how you can really, close these gaps more? What are your thoughts or what are you doing in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're very alive to that concern from smaller municipalities, small local authorities, especially in a province where we have one very large city. It can take a lot of oxygen out of the room. So our solutions are often very practical. It's municipalities or their municipal emergency coordinators are looped in. They get their meetings at the same time in the same way that the city of Winnipeg would. They're a municipality as well. We try to do a little extra tender loving care for if we know that smaller municipalities will be. So 2022, Manitoba was impacted in these Red River Valley, and then it went into the Interlake, and then we're in the Southwest, and there was Parklands, and they just did all these things, and we found an opportunity then to have dedicated sessions with the impacted municipalities, so they're not sitting there amongst everyone else and the big players just taking in information. Try to have sort of a dedicated planning session with them as we realized they were going to be hit. So it's small things. It's not massive. It seems to be making a difference. But it's the portal is useful too, like using technology to bring small municipalities on board. But of course, then they need the resources and support to do it, and then they don't always have that. So I'd say that it's small practical things we've been doing. There is probably more work to do. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any further question from the floor? Professor Nirupoma, then we'll go to Professor Yesu.
So information sharing, you're talking about a portal and all. Are you also thinking of informing communities? Do they know whether they're in the floodplain, in or out? Is there anything they can just go click their postal code and they know whether they're in the floodplains?
So that's a really good question. Historically, emergency management in Canada, especially at the provincial level. So the provinces, I would say, have the most robust capacity up to 3 levels of government in terms of their operational ability. But we've been built historically where our clients are not individual citizens or residents. Our clients are local authorities and municipalities. We provide our services support to them. So we've gotten very good at providing data. We're getting better at providing data to local authorities and municipalities. One thing that we need to now work on is what kind of data do you provide individuals publicly so they can make decisions for themselves? Like what you said, if you put in your postal code, there is information out there, but I wouldn't say it's nearly as robust or strong as it could be. The portal is an internal tool. It's an internal tool. It's not for individuals. It's for our response partners so that they have the data to run their operations. So what you're suggesting is a phenomenal idea. It's not something we're doing yet. In fact, I would say the only service that we provide directly that the emergency management provides directly to the public are alerts, the public alerts that can come right to your phone if there's an event. Obviously, our EM partners do a lot of direct services, like the wildfire service are saving people, the flood fighters are saving people, our health system, like all our partners, Hydro, everything else, they provide services. We as ourselves have sort of been a hub. We help coordinate with them, but there's more that we can do, I think, especially on the emergency preparedness side, risk information, so people can make decisions. It's not something that we have been particularly robust at historically, but it's something we want to do.
Thank you. Professor Jensen?
Thank you. Maybe similar to what you asked, maybe more general question. Just looking at the hazard types doesn't matter, but then there should be something matter. And so generally speaking, what are the areas that you and your team talks about? Oh, if we have this kind of event, we don't have anything. Given the fact that the climate change and all the things are increasingly extreme and then intense and frequent. So from just the Manitoba's point of view, what are the areas in your dream world, what you want to spend time to, perfect?
It's a great question, and I think hazard type doesn't matter is a bit flippant, and I think I just meant that these ingredients can be applied to any natural hazard and it'll probably improve the outcome. But I would answer that question by saying that the hazards that are routine for us, not that they're easy to deal with, but that we have experience dealing with, mainly spring floods, but certainly we have intense wildfire seasons. Those are I don't want to say less of a concern, but we feel confident about our system capacity to deal with it. If we could emphasize other hazards or threats, I think we want to pay extra attention these days to critical infrastructure events. Whether it's impacted telecoms. I think the Rogers outage was a couple of days, but it seemed to cripple Toronto's economy. So the impact of critical infrastructure events on the continuity of services, whether it's government services or elsewhere, I think that's an area we'd like to focus on more. The whole, I think, industrial space, hazardous materials, like a train derailment in a large city. It's not like we don't talk about these things. It's not like we don't plan for them, but we don't deal with them as regularly as the other ones. So I would like to, I think, further investigate our capacity on those.
Thank you. Yes, microphone, please. Maybe that would be our last question before we head for the coffee break.
Thank you, sir, for a great presentation. It's a quick question to you. I would like to know what mechanism does your organization have to build a public-private partnership or relationship, and how does your organization engage public institution in case of emergency management?
That's a very interesting question. It's P3s or public-private partnerships. So we've got partners in the emergency management space that are sort of pseudo-public or almost private. So an example would be fully private, the telecoms, like Bell and TS would be a key partner of ours. We share information. We want to have a sense of their continuity plan and their robustness. Of course, some of it is proprietary. So there's a relationship there. But it's not what you would usually think of in terms of an infrastructure building public-private partnership. That wouldn't be so much us. That would be, the infrastructure department property, we happen to sit within it, but they would assess those kind of ideas. It's we will help identify how to build infrastructure more resiliently, but the implementation of that and how to involve private entities is sort of, at least in the Manitoba context, is outside the scope of the emergency management space. But there's lots of collaboration between us and nonprofit and private folks. But it's not so much around what I think you mean, which is like large infrastructure projects where you've got P3s involved. That's sort of outside of our domain. Does that answer the question, or is that okay?
Thank you very much, Johannu, for your wonderful presentation, and it was lively Q&A, and we have learned so much. So once again, deep gratitude. Thank you for your time and insights.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we head to coffee break, I just have a small proposition. Today, I'm very proud to have my former boss with me, Wade Carrier. And Mr. Wade Carrier, I don't want to put you on the spotlight, sir, but with due apology, I already gave you some heads up. But there are two reasons to bring Mr. Wade Carrier to the discussion very briefly, because he is also the co-founder of Manitoba Disaster Management Conference, which is a yearly event, and the next one is going to happen in January in Winnipeg. So, and we are participating there. It's a great gathering of minds and people together to learn and share. And second point, Mr. Wade Carrier was actually responsible for supporting Manitoba's flood relief operations in 2013, and I was one of his disciples. So I thought, why not we take some time and listen from Mr. Wade Carrier if he has any insights for us. Sir, please go ahead. One second apology to put you in the spotlight.
Here we go. Can you hear me okay? Here we go. Yeah, thanks. I am in the spotlight. Little unprepared too. So I'm not even sure what to say. Good. So I have some analogies with regard to response, and I as a practitioner in the security field as well. One of the things that I preach quite a bit about is that it's not just the uniform or the service that's the critical aspect of responding to emergencies. It's also the people. So I mean, it comes down to the public and the people that we serve, and education and information, and making sure that they're well informed about how they respond and what their roles and responsibilities are in serving you or the emergency services as providers to make things smoother. Just as an example, again, I'm a little bit caught off guard here with giving giving a bit of a presentation, but yeah, that's all I can say. I mean, I've been involved. Speak to Joanne. We talk about response and how the foundation of ICS is now how that relates to natural disasters. I've been involved in the people aspect for years. So my introduction to emergency management or crisis response started back in the days of my tenure in the treasury business. So a lot of issues or fundamentals of how to respond to natural disasters is really simple. Responding to people disasters, robotics, hospitals, those kinds of things. Also, those foundations for on that natural disasters. Yeah. So. Sorry, that's like not right. Thank
you so much. Thank you. Actually, I mentioned AMC is their annual event in January. So please do join and consider taking part in that. Sir, do you want to say something?
Yeah, and I'll just capitalize on that because I do sit on the executive committee for the MDMC. So if you are interested in attending, we have early bird registration. It's occurring right now. We always have a host of fantastic speakers. This year, again, we have a lot of fantastic speakers that I think are really engaging. Just as an example, we have Max Schrachter, who's going to be one of our keynote speakers. Max was the father of one of the young men that was murdered in the Parkland shootings. He's been very instrumental in driving some of the safe schools initiatives in the U.S. and working with the federal government out in the U.S. So that would be very engaging. Of course, Dr. Danny Blair will be there as well. Always very engaging and interesting, and I know that he captures a lot of interest from our audience, our participants. But again, a lot of great individuals will be presenting, and if you can attend, please do, because I think you'll find it very beneficial.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a coffee break, and we have our last presenter, Professor Dr. Danny Blair, with us. So we'll set him up for the presentation, and in the meantime, please enjoy coffee. Thank you.
Sir, why the? Oh. So
এটা ড্যানি ব্লেয়ার
Danny Blair.
এটা কপি করা হয়নি, কপি করতে হবে তো। Yeah. সাকিব এদিকে আসো। There's this one, I think.
Right, PowerPoint one, because
Yeah.
I'm a Mac person.
No worries.
Why there are never Macs at these conferences, I don't know.
Because we can't afford Mac, sir. Very simple.
Well, you need to clean up your desktop too.
Yes, I will. It's a personal computer, so that is why this disastrous approach. Where is it? Oh, where are you? Yeah, Blair Mines. So this one. Okay, yeah. So take it over and.
Yeah, that's good.
Sir, you can have coffee.
You can copy. No, I'm coffeeed out, thank you. You're just gonna leave it in, you're gonna run it from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to like share all the screen and other stuffs, so that.
You can copy it to that if you want. Yeah.
No, it's not a problem. Like,
Okay.
You can go like this. And,
Great, thank you.
That's me.
Yeah, they didn't say that. Yeah, that's the expectation.
In terms of domestic yeah, that's pretty
So I mean, I think that we all
by the time it's always started. Thank you for signing the partnership. I thought that it did, but you sorted it out, so that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's reconvene, and our last presenter, Dr. Denny Blair, is ready also. So please, folks, take your seats. Thank you. Settle down, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's our privilege to have Professor Dr. Denny Blair this afternoon. He is the last presenter today, but not the least. I can assure you that, sir. So, before I really begin, let me do the traditional bio reading here. So, Professor Dr. Denny Blair is a climatologist and professor at the Department of Geography at the University of Winnipeg, where he has been teaching courses related to climate and weather since 1987. He is also a co-founder and co-director of the university's Prairie Climate Center, where he leads the team that provides users of the online climate atlas of Canada with high-quality data and visualization of climate projections for all parts of Canada. His main research interest is climate change in Canada and the Prairie provinces. He also has interest in climate variability, natural hazards, and data visualization. He received his PhD from University of Manitoba and his MSc and BSc degrees from the University of Regina. And he has a very simple title, 2 words, change now. Or let's say, if you can reverse it, now change. Floor is yours, sir.
A very good point. Thank you. It does have a double meaning, as you'll see. There's a lot of change going on now, and there's a need for us to change now. First of all, thank you for the invitation to speak today. Wonderful to see my old friend Emdad. We were in our PhD programs together at the U of M back in the 1980s. Haven't seen you in a little while, so it's wonderful to see you, Emdad. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come this morning. I had a class this morning, so I just couldn't get away from it. So I apologize for not getting all the context from this morning, but the previous 2 speakers were excellent. The menu-related presentation, I noticed there wasn't a copyright on that, so I'm going to use that at some point. That was a very, very unique and interesting strategy there. Thank you for that. And great to see you in person. Of course, we all saw you on TV during COVID. Well done. Thanks for your service. Thanks to CAF for their service, of course. What I'm going to do here in this last presentation before you break is tell you what you already know. And that is, and to reiterate what you already know, and that is, we need to get ready for a lot of change in the climate realm that inevitably, unfortunately, will require the resources of CAF and the resources, all these wonderful big brains in here to deal with it properly, to recover, to prepare, to to deal with it in a responsible fashion. I'm a climatologist, so this is very climate oriented. I used to teach natural hazards. I love teaching that course. That's not on my portfolio anymore. It's been taken by somebody else, but I love teaching natural hazards. And so I'm excited to hear all of this great discussion that I've heard here already. So here we go. So there is a climate emergency going on. There really is. You know, the world climatologists or the world scientists frequently issue an alert, if you will, that there's a climate emergency going on, reminding people of all sorts and organizations of all sorts that there's an emergency going on. And we need to get on with it. We need to get on doing the kinds of things that you as natural hazards and disaster preparedness people, we need to invoke these kinds of things in the realm of climate change. But we're so slow to do so. And consequently, or at least partly consequently, there's no shortage of headlines that indicate that there are climate emergencies, there are climate disasters happening around the world, weather, climate disasters. It's you can't pick up the paper any day, pretty much, and not find a headline that deals with some kind of weather, climate disaster around the world. And recently, of course, in Canada, which is a little bit of a wake-up call, a much-deserved, perhaps, wake-up call for Canadians that this is our realm as well. This is our world that we need to get to deal with. So, yeah, we don't have to go through all of those there, but other parts of the world, including ours, are in the way of some serious disasters. And of course, last year or this year, we had Fiona, which did an enormous amount of damage. And the United States, of course, is always on the front lines because they're so large and have so many climate-related events. But we mustn't forget the other parts of the world. And one that really caught my attention, of course, as a climatologist, was the terrible disaster in Pakistan this year. A country of 225 million people, and 33 million of them were affected by this flood this past summer. They of course live in the monsoon part of the world, but the monsoon was just crazy this year. It was in many places in Pakistan, it was 5, 6, 7, 8 times the normal amount of rainfall. And of course, the landscape just couldn't handle that. And at the same time, all the glacial ice, or much of the glacial ice in the highlands of Pakistan, which apparently has more glacial ice outside of the polar zones than any other country, it suffered an enormous heat wave in Pakistan earlier in the summer. So not only was there a lot of rain coming down from the sky, there was a lot of water coming down from the mountainside, and it inundated 85,000 square kilometers, three times the size of Lake Winnipeg, which is what, the 10th, 11th largest lake in the world. An incredible disaster, killed 1,700 people, did a lot of damage to homes, and a lot of injuries as well as deaths. Lots of dollar damages, not the kind of dollar damages that we see in the United States and Canada, but a real blow to this country that's going to take them quite a while to recover from. And this is just one example of many things that are happening around the world, in the poor country of the world and the richer part of the world, richer countries of the world. It's happening everywhere, and it's going to continue to do so for a long time, unfortunately. Much less dramatic than that was, of course, the heat wave in England this summer. This is a graph that shows the summer high temperatures at Heathrow for the period 1948 to 22. So it's a histogram that shows, kind of almost the bell curve, that the average temperature, high temperature in Heathrow in the summertime is in the 20s. But lo and behold, on July 19th this year, it was 40.2 degrees. 40.2 degrees in London. And of course, this was a real shock to them because this is just not the kind of experiences they've had before. They have weather records going back for hundreds of years in England, no record like that. And that's, if we look at it in this kind of graph, here are all the temperatures in the daily maximum temperatures throughout the year for all those years. And you can see those red dots just jump off the graph. I mean, it was just an unbelievably exceptional temperature to be found in England, of all places. And that looks exactly like this graph that I made for Lytton, BC. It shows all the daily maximum temperatures from 1921 to 2021. I haven't updated it to this year, Those are all the daily maximum temperatures for all those years, for all the dates of the year. And you can see, of course, that in the wintertime it's cooler, and the summertime it's warmer, and the fall and winter it gets colder again. But look at those red dots. As a climatologist and as one of many climatologists around the world, we all went like this, like, what the heck? 49.6 degrees Celsius in Canada. Lytton has high temperatures, but Canada doesn't have those kind of high temperatures, never has. The former record high temperature was 45 degrees Celsius in Yellowgrass, Saskatchewan, and Mydale, Saskatchewan on the same day back in 1937. My mom was there. My mom grew up in Yellowgrass, Saskatchewan, which is in southeast Saskatchewan. My mom was there for the previous high temperature record for Canada, dating back all the way to the 1930s. And then boom, in the last days of June of 2021, the temperature just got blown out of the water. And this is the kind of thing that's happening all around the world and going to continue to happen all around the world. No matter what we do with respect to mitigation, it's coming. That particular event has been studied, of course, as like, what the heck caused that? There was a paper that just came out this month from, it's in Nature Climate Change, and they show that since the 1950s, global warming has transformed the peak daily regional temperature anomaly of the event of that high temperature event from virtually impossible to presently a thing that occurs every 200 years. So global warming has essentially made what was previously impossible, essentially impossible, to something that is getting much more likely. And if we go up to 2 degrees Celsius, we're already at 1.1 above pre-industrial. If we go up to 2, they say it'll become a 1 in 10 year event in that part of the world. This is not the kind of world we want, but it's maybe the kind of world we get. And therefore, heat-related disasters are likely something that we will be having to deal with, not only in Pakistan and China had an incredible heat wave this summer, England, United States, Australia, but Canada as well. And as a last example of just how strange weather has been lately, last March, there was an even stranger anomaly in Antarctica. There's a station in the interior of Antarctica, not coastal, but in the interior, called Concordia, which had on one day a temperature that was 40 degrees above normal. The temperature was minus 11.8, where normally it's minus 50 or 60. It was 40 degrees above normal for that date. And again, head-slapping kind of event. Climatologists go, what the heck's going on? And we know what's going on. Global warming's going on. The movement of the air masses, the concentration of heat is happening more and more often. And on this particular date, or in this particular event, a very warm air mass blew into Antarctica and just obliterated past records for this place. And signs of the times. And of course, those events and all other kinds of events associated with that are part of the general trend in the global temperature to be warmer. And as I said previously, the average global temperature in 2021 was 1.1 degrees above pre-industrial, where in this case, pre-industrial means 1880 to 1920. So not truly pre-industrial, of course, but that's one of the way that they calculate it at NASA. And from the 1970s in particular, you can see that the temperatures have skyrocketed, not evenly, of course, because we have El Niños and La Niñas and volcanoes and all kinds of noise in the climate system that prevents it from being a linear response. But it's certainly a very, very strong response. Once in a while, we have a super El Nino to make it even warmer, but then it cools down, and we've had a La Nina for the last 3 years, so that's cooled things down. And when we come out of this La Nina event and go back to El Nino event, perhaps next year, it's expected that the global temperature is going to spike again. But the trend is obviously one that is the problem, of course, which brings us to climate change being so important. I promise a very brief review of why is global warming. Quite simply, it's because more energy is coming in than going out. The sunlight comes in and Earth light goes out, terrestrial radiation. The only way that the planet has to cool itself is by long-wave radiation being emitted back to outer space to counter the short-wave radiation that's absorbed. Because of the greenhouse gases that's not occurring, the system is out of balance. One way that we indicate, one of the ways that we indicate the effect of something on the energy balance is by looking at its radiative forcing or identifying its radiative forcing. It's used to indicate the change to energy inputs and outputs. And here's a short list of the important radiative forcing agents: volcanic aerosols, solar output, tropospheric aerosols, surface albedo, and greenhouse gases. Changes in these change the energy inputs and outputs of the planet system. And I have a few graphs here. Sorry, I'm a graph guy. Here's a graph that summarizes since 1880, since in the 1880, the changes in the radiative forcing of these agents. So let's start with volcanic aerosols. Every once in a while, a volcano blows up big time, spews sulfur aerosols into the stratosphere, and that blocks out sunlight until those materials settle out back to the surface. So those spikes are Mount Pinatubo, El Cajon, Krakatoa way over there in 1883. We haven't had one like that for a long time. But we had the Tongan eruption, you might recall, in January. The largest volcanic explosion that's happened in a long time, but it didn't have a lot of sulfur aerosols into it, so it's not going to cool the atmosphere. It's not going to cool the planet. It had a lot of water vapor, and that was injected into the stratosphere, and that may actually cause the planet to get warmer. Rather strange. The red line is solar input and output. It's the sunspot cycle. When there's lots of sunspots, the sun is a little bit brighter. But as you can see, it's essentially a straight line. It just has the sunspot cycle, and we're currently in a low phase. We're coming out of a low phase. The sun is getting a little bit brighter, but not dramatically. The blue line is indication of the negative effect, the negative radiative forcing associated with pollution in the atmosphere and the brightening of the landscape by deforestation and other processes that change the reflectivity of the surface. The global surface is more reflective, and the atmosphere is more reflective because of the pollution that we put into the atmosphere, so that cools the planet. But that is overwhelmed, all of that is overwhelmed by the greenhouse gases, principally carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide that are added by human activity. And as you can see, the green line is the dominant line here on the positive phase, and the purple line is the carbon dioxide portion of the greenhouse gases. And this is why we dwell upon carbon dioxide so much, because we are directly adding it, and we could stop. And it has a very large it has the majority of the radiative forcing associated with it for all the greenhouse gases. So when we add those all up, you get the net forcings, and it matches the temperature graph pretty much, of course. You get those punctuated events of the volcanoes temporarily cooling the planet, a little bit of global dimming for a year or two. But the signal is dominated by the greenhouse gas and the carbon dioxide component of it in particular. And so the graph of temperature pretty much matches that. Not perfectly, of course, but that's the problem. Net radiative forcing is positive. And it's getting more positive as we add more carbon dioxide and more nitrous oxide and more methane to the atmosphere. The carbon dioxide is monitored very well around the world, of course. Perhaps the most, as I always say to my students, perhaps the most important graph of the last 100 years is the Keeling curve, which started in 1958 when Charles David Keeling invented an instrument and placed an instrument on Mauna Loa to measure carbon dioxide accurately. Not until 1958 did we have really accurate measurements of the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And so it's gone up and up. And Mauna Loa has temporarily stopped the measurements, one of the rare occasions when there hasn't been continuous measurements of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, because they lost power. And last time I checked, they're still without power. So there'll be a little gap. Oh, we hate gaps. There's a little gap in the record this year for the carbon dioxide measurements in Mauna Loa. But it's no matter where you measure it around the world, this is what you see. Carbon dioxide is going up and up. In 2021, it averaged at 416 parts per million. And it increases by 2 or 3 or 4 parts per million per year. The pandemic, of course, caused this major shutdown in the economies around the world, including Winnipeg. And, we didn't drive our cars, the streets were empty. that hadn't any effect on global carbon dioxide concentration. Temporarily, not very much. It's recovered. In fact, we've more than recovered. The economy is going crazy. And economy is important and all that, but there's a cost to it, and that is pollution in the atmosphere. So our future climate, of the sort that might produce the disasters that we have to deal with, depends upon the emissions. And those emissions, we don't really know where they're going to go. So as climatologists, I'm not a climate modeler, I'm a consumer of climate model information. I rely upon the big brains and big institutions to produce these projections. But here are the projections, different projections of where the carbon dioxide concentrations might be in the decades ahead, which is going to determine the temperature of the planet. The blue line there, so the black line has been observed. There's a little bit of dip there, as you can see at the end of that black line. That's the pandemic effect. The blue line is an unrealistic, carbon dioxide concentrations are going to plummet now. No, they're not. We're not going to do that. The red line, 8.5, SSP5, 8.5, that's kind of a business as usual or worst case scenario, that we just do what we're doing right now. And we continue to add carbon dioxide in the way that we're adding to it right now. The 7.0 line is a little bit more hopeful that we are collectively going to reduce our emissions so that we only follow that line, and in the amount of carbon dioxide that's being added to the atmosphere. We're looking at, on the y-axis there, gigatons of carbon per year. Currently, we add about 36 billion tons of carbon per year to the atmosphere, or 10 of carbon dioxide. Peel off the carbon, and it's about 10 billion tons per year that we add to the atmosphere. And the yellow line is, as you can see, I've labeled it the low carbon scenario. That's doable, I hope. The 8.5, I hope that doesn't happen. So I call that the high carbon scenario, and you'll see why I call it that in a second. And what kind of temperatures are associated with those scenarios? For the high carbon scenario, we're looking at approaching 4 degrees more warming. We already had 1.1 in the last 100 years. And we may get up to close to 5 by the end of the century, by the 2100. Long ways away, right? No, it's not. Not for your kids and their kids. Not for your grandkids, it's not. And the low carbon scenario is getting up to 3, where that's a couple more degrees of warming from where we are right now. So hopefully we're smart enough collectively to reduce our emissions, to bend the curve down as much as possible, because there's a very direct relationship between CO2 in the atmosphere and the global temperature, and all the undesirable consequences of those high temperatures, heat waves, floods, forest fires, and so forth. Canada warms at double the global climate rate. So if it's 4 degrees of warming for the world, it's 8 degrees of warming for Canada. If the forecast is for the world to warm up 4 more degrees, that means Canada is going to warm up 8 more degrees. Now, Canada is a very big country, latitudinally, so there's variation. It's concentrated in the Arctic. The Arctic is currently warming at 3 times the global temperature rate in the high Arctic and even parts of the subarctic. And Canada as a whole, when you smoosh it all together, it comes out to about 2. And I've verified this recently, not that it needs verifying for me, but I've been working with a young woman who's at the University of Toronto, who used to be a student here in our high school at the University of Winnipeg, who I published a paper with, as you'll see in a second. And we're looking at calculating the rates for each city across Canada, or cities for which we have good data. Yeah, Southern Canada is warming at about double the rate. The Arctic is warming about triple the rate. And the reasons for it are listed at the bottom there. There are good meteorological, atmospheric physics reasons why Canada is warming more than the other parts of the world. As I said, I'm very proud to have published a paper with 3 high school students last year, and one, Matt Loxley, is a staff member at the Prairie Climate Center, but I published a paper with 3 high school students, brilliant high school students. Just blew my mind how hard these young women worked. And we published a paper that showed that the number of really cold days in the Arctic is plummeting. So here's a graph for alert, which is way the heck up at 82 degrees latitude. in the 1950s, in an average year, it would get about 160, 150 days of minus 30, 150 days a year of minus 30. If we continue, and as you can see, the black dots go down and down and down. And if we continue under the high carbon scenario, the red line, by the end of this century, they may just have, a couple dozen minus 30 days. If we follow the low carbon scenario, and I sure hope we do, they'll have maybe only 70 days of minus 30 at the end of the century. Still a profound change to that landscape. No sea ice, or very thin sea ice, good for transportation through the Arctic for our military and for others, but devastating to the biology and the culture of the region. There's some positives, of course, more jobs for the North, but at a cost. Let's hope we don't follow that red line. If we follow that red line, the world will be very different. The amount of change in Canada is directly related to the amount of change in the world. If the world changes 1.5 degrees, we're already at 1.1. If we go up to 1.5, I guarantee you we're going to go to 1.5. We're not going to meet that deadline. We're not going to meet that target for the Paris Agreement. Just no chance. The question is when. Look how red warm Canada is in the 1.5 scenario. Look how warm it is under the 2.0 scenario, 2.2 degrees of warming, another 0.9 degrees. Or horribly, under the 4 degree scenario, look how dark red Canada is. The temperatures in Canada and the Arctic as a whole get really warm. And again, not to dismiss the other parts of the world, everybody gets really warm, but we get really warm in Canada. And that is, the cost of that is really extreme temperatures. As I assume you all know, you change the averages, you change the frequency of the extremes. So a little shift to the right of the bell curve from the dashed line to the solid line, just maybe a degree of shift to the right, it disproportionately increases the frequency of really hot days, however you define them. The number of hot days goes way up. The number of cold days goes way down. We still get cold days. It's going to be minus 30 tomorrow night. We're still going to have winter, but winters are very different already than they used to be, and they're going to get a lot different than what they used to be in the coming decades. A lot fewer of those really cold events. There's some advantages to that, of course. Many more of those really extreme events that require responses and cause wildfires and droughts and all kinds of things. In the precipitation realm, so how are we doing for time here?
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
With all this bad news, I think we need more time.
Okay, well, thanks. In the precipitation realm, essentially everybody gets, everybody who's kind of has a wet climate gets wetter, and everybody who has a dry climate gets drier. That's not a perfect relationship, don't quote me on that, but that's generally how it's summarized. Canada generally gets wetter, but not everywhere, and we're not sure how much wetter. And the reason for that is, as some of you may know, the Clausius-Clapeyron relationship or equation says that for every degree of warming of the air, it increases its humidity capacity by 7%. So if the air warms up by 1 degree, that means it can hold 7% more humidity. Warm it up by 2 or another degree, that's another 7%. And so as the temperature warms, which is the instigating factor here, the temperature is warming up because of the carbon dioxide and all that kind of stuff, the humidity content of the world goes up, and it is measurably going up. Just because it's more humid, of course, doesn't mean it's going to rain. There has to be a process to rain, and this is one thing I pound into my students. Just because there's humidity in the air doesn't mean there's going to be cloud, or let alone rain or snow. There has to be a process to make that cloud and to make it rain or make it snow. If you're in a trough, which is the green area there, here's the kind of the wave that typically is found across our maps, especially at this time of the year. If you're under the trough, you're going to be in a cool, wet kind of situation probably, because troughs enhance uplift. Uplift makes clouds. If you're under the ridge, you'll probably be warmer, sunnier, and drier, because ridges prevent the formation of clouds. So depending upon where the jet stream is, where the waves are in the atmospheric flow, you could be wet or you could be dry. And if you're stuck under that trough for a while, you're going to be really wet. If you're stuck under that ridge for a while, you're going to be really dry, as has happened last year in Western Canada. So what should we expect? Well, I'm proud to say I'm associated with, co-founder of the Prairie Climate Center at the University of Winnipeg, a research center at the University of Winnipeg. And our flagship product is the Climate Atlas of Canada, climateatlas.ca. I'm sure many of you have been to it. We get a lot of visits. We get about 1,000 visits a day at this site, which is pretty good for an academic based site. And what it is an interactive map. The tiles on the map all across Canada are either 250,000 scale maps or 50,000 scale maps. And virtually every part of Canada is included, except a little bit of the high Arctic. We're fixing that in the next version. But you can click on anywhere here, and there's hundreds of towns and cities, and you can click on your hometown, and we'll show you what the temperature is going to do under the high carbon scenario and under the low carbon scenario. We're going to show you what the growing season is, what are projected to be, and it's based upon 24 climate models. We get climate model data from colleagues at the University of Victoria, PCIC, Pacific Climate Impacts Consortium, and they produce high resolution climate model data that we map. And I'm very proud of how we map it. And we have all kinds of pop-ups and reports that it'll print out for you about what it's going to be like in your backyard, according to these models, under the high carbon scenario, under the low carbon scenario. It's utilized a lot by people trying to figure out what they need to prepare for. We work a lot with governments, municipalities, organizations who want to do a risk assessment of the future. What do we need to prepare for climate-wise? And so we spend a lot of time getting that message out and working with people. I'll move on here. And I'll go through this quickly. I guess I just have a couple here. One thing that I do personally is I make these graphs. I'm a graph guy, like I said. So I pulled together all the weather data from state weather stations around Winnipeg, and I do it for dozens of cities across Canada. I collect all the data within 50 kilometers of a place. I map them all together. That's the black lines. And then I overlay upon that the projections. The red line is the high carbon scenario, and the blue line is the low carbon scenario. And this is for the annual minimum temperatures in Winnipeg. What's the average annual minimum temperature? Not a very useful index, but it does show that the minimum temperatures in Winnipeg are rising. The average annual minimum temperature, the average of all 365 minimum temperatures, it shows that they're increasing, and that if we follow the high carbon scenario, they get way up there by the end of the century in the coming decades. If we get more sensible, we follow the blue. I think blue is probably the best we could do as my personal opinion. It's going to get warmer. It is getting warmer, and this comes out in the graphs. There's lots of noise. Our climate here is just crazy, right? It can be -30 one day and +0 the next day, or 0. One winter it's cold, one winter it's warm. Our crazy climate here and across most of Canada. And here's the summer temperatures. Here's the average maximum summer temperatures in Winnipeg. And we've had some pretty warm ones, but there's a definite trend. It's so noisy, right? It's hard to get a statistical certainty to it, if you will. But the red line shows where we're going if we follow the high, and the blue is where we go if we follow the low carbon scenario. Again, this is the average of 24 different models to hedge our bets. That's how we do it in climatology. We don't know which model is correct. It's a projection, not a forecast. And recently I've been making climate analogs. That is, if our climate changes that way, who has that climate now? Who do we look to see what kind of climate they deal with? Because this is the climate we're expected to have in the future. And this is for the summer average maximum temperatures. Those red dots are places in the United States that currently have the climate that we're projected to get in 2081, 2095, in those 15 years. Again, worst case scenario, high carbon. but summer maximum temperatures. Essentially what this analog map says is that the climates of the United States are migrating towards us. They're on the march. And just how far south we have to go to find an analog for the future depends upon which scenario we follow. I did this project here for those of you who are local people. You might be familiar with a book, an annual book called The Prairie Garden. Every year, a book comes out about gardening on the prairies. It's been published every year almost, except for the war years, from 1937. This year, I'm the guest editor of the Prairie Garden, and I wrote a scientific article for this Prairie Garden, available at McNally Robinson or online, 1995. They've already sold like 3,000 copies. It's on McNally's bestsellers list. It's crazy good. Not just because of me, because of the commitment of these people. And precipitation, I'll just skip through this. Generally wetter all across Canada, all throughout the year, except in the summer, perhaps. So here's the projection, the high carbon scenario for July precipitation, and that brown means less than we currently get, less precipitation in the summer. Not very confident in precipitation forecasts, just as we aren't very confident in precipitation forecasts now, compared to temperature forecasts at the very least. But even if it doesn't change, because the temperatures go way up, there's more evapotranspiration from the surface, and that causes drought, and drought causes wildfires that you may have to respond to. And droughts need a response as well. And in Winnipeg, we've had some crazy weather of late, really high precipitation values. And I'll just finish off with this. Matt Morrison, a former student of mine who now works for the provincial government, I forget which branch he works for, but a brilliant young man. And on his Facebook page, he posts regular updates about total precipitation in Winnipeg. And as many of you know, Winnipeg has blown away the record, the year as the wettest year. Last year is the red line. We were close to the driest year on record. And this year, we are absolutely the wettest year on record in Winnipeg. Crazy climate. And that craziness is maybe a signal of climate change, because here's a very brief summary of what to expect in the prairies, but generally across Canada as well. Higher temperatures, shorter and warmer winters. Again, some of these are positives, right? Some of these are positives, but we're here to talk about disasters, so those are the negatives. Longer, hotter summers, more frequent heat waves, more frequent droughts, more intense rainfalls, occasional severe cold events still in the wintertime, like polar vortex events. We're kind of having a little polar vortex event this week. Climates marching northward, as I said, even more variability in the weather than we already get in our already variable climate. And then surprises. There are undoubtedly things going to happen to our climate globally and locally that make me go like, what the heck's happening? I didn't even expect that. And those are kind of events that may be requiring disaster recovery and response and so forth. Speaking of that, many of you are probably aware that last week or the week before, Canada finally issued its adaptation strategy for climate change. It's still in the comment phase, I believe, and an action plan. And I'll just summarize what it does there. It's really interesting read for all of you. And it indicates what you already know. Climate change is impacting Canadians in a negative way. Again, there's some positives, but there's a lot of things happening that are negative. It's impacting Canadians. I see you taking pictures. I'll be glad to leave a copy of the presentation with MDAT and Dr. Ahmed to share. And it has these systems, these 5 key systems: economy and workers, infrastructure, health and well-being, nature and biodiversity, and disaster resilience, disaster resilience, which of course is something you're all familiar with. And we need to be able to cope with the extreme events. The goal is essentially, let's make Canadians safer than they already are. We're pretty lucky compared to some parts of the world, of course. We have CAF to help us out. We have municipal strategies, action plans, and all these kinds of things. But it can be better. It will need to be better in the changing climate. And it has objectives related to the number of people that are going to be affected by events, the level of coordination and governance that Dr. Botha talked about so well. Emergency response plans, these need to be adjusted to adjust for the times, of course. They need to be updated, inclusive, and we need to have a process of returning to normal. The various themes that you're dwelling upon today and tomorrow and in your research activities and your jobs. And they have proposed targets about, by this year we'll have this, by this year we'll have that, very ambitious in a way. Let's hope it happens. It's going to take commitment and leadership and investment and so forth. But there's a plan, there's a strategy, and kudos to the federal government for finally getting this out and working with other jurisdictions to make it happen in an efficient fashion. The CAF is mentioned in there. It says, as the force of last resort, upon the request from civilian authorities, CAF can provide emergency response and so forth. And that's pretty much accurate, right? But at least they're mentioned. And they have a long list of actions, very interesting. We don't have time to look at that. And the Prairie Climate Center, kind of over its mandate, the Prairie Climate Center, getting information, knowledge about climate change out to Canadians so that they understand that it's happening and what they can do about it. We overlap the plan there or the strategy, and in fact, we're actually mentioned in the document. I was so proud to see that the Prairie Climate Center is mentioned as an example of an organization and an academic institution that's helping the cause, getting the message out, knowledge mobilization, helping communities plan for what our climate models say they need to plan for, and we do, as I said, we do a lot of that work. So. Our message is, and I guess the Canadian government's message is through those documents, we all need to get ready for it, more so than we already are doing. Individually, we have to take some responsibility for how vulnerable and exposed we are to these events, and collectively, community and of all sorts, from the small scale communities to the national community, if you will. We all need to do that. And what we're doing, that's easy to say, hard to do, because it takes financial resources, it takes personnel, it takes expertise, it takes data, it takes time. And not every community has that. And we try to help them with that. And of course, what we do is the kind of thing that we talked about here earlier. We do the risk evaluation. We look at the likelihood of the events, we look at the consequences, and we prioritize these are the risks of the city being inundated, or the infrastructure being destroyed, or whatever it might, or lives being lost, or environment being lost. And so we work with communities in doing this. And as I was saying here earlier, we're working right now we have a big infrastructure grant from Infrastructure Canada. We have a $1.2 million grant to help First Nations around Canada prepare adaptation strategies to protect their infrastructure. So we're working with Indigenous communities all across Canada. We're going to develop a tool for our atlas that all Indigenous communities, all First Nations, is targeted at First Nations, this particular iteration of it. All First Nations can go to this tool online and start an adaptation strategy, or identify infrastructure risk and adaptation plans as a result of that. My former executive director, Ian Morrow, who I bet some of you know, he's now at the University of Victoria. He's the executive director of the Pacific Impacts Institute for Climate Solutions. He left us in November. And so I've taken on more responsibilities at the Climate Center. We have 8 full-time staff. We work closely with Public Health Agency of Canada. That is, they provide us funding. And Infrastructure Canada, the province of Manitoba, has been really good of late. We work closely with them. And this is the kind of thing we're trying to do. Get ready. What do you need to get ready for? How are you going to do it? Who do you ask for help? From whom do you ask help? So finally, we would be incredibly irresponsible, naive to think that it won't happen to us, that disasters aren't going to happen here. We've had this experience of late, of course. So as I said, it's a wake-up call. We need to get up, not just wake up. We must all think carefully about our exposure and what we can do about it to reduce disaster. And the good news is that more of us are taking it seriously. This adaptation strategy is a very good sign, and many other things that have been talked about today, I'm sure. Bad news is there's still a lot of resistance, unfortunately, at the individual level in particular, maybe not at the institutional level, but there's still a lot of resistance at the individual level. They know it. We find this in surveys. We do surveys of people. We find that people realize that there's a problem, but they haven't done a damn thing about it. And they don't really want to. For whatever reason, lots of reasons. And one of them, of course, is economics. Not everybody has the same economic capacity to do the right thing. But disaster, unfortunately, is a powerful motivator. And again, these wake-up calls in British Columbia and the drought and the floods and all that, the hurricanes, these get people interested. And I'll finish there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Danny Blair, for your wonderful presentation. And I think there are a lot of information to take from your slides, and that brings me to the idea that, sir, we really want your slides.
Yeah, you're welcome to keep it. We'll copy it to the.
Thank you so much, so that we don't have to take your courses in the next semester. So having said so, ladies and gentlemen, floor is open for the question and answer session. We don't have much time to left. I think Professor Danny has already answered a lot of our questions on a positive note, sir. So yeah, go ahead. Questions?
Yes, sir.
Tested. Okay, good. Thanks very much. Excellent presentation. Very, very fascinating topic. Sort of an open-ended question and then a very short question. I'll go with the short question first. Is the adaptation strategy you mentioned, is that like if I Google search that online, I can find that?
It's all there.
Perfect. Thank you. And then the second question was going into the high Arctic and the changes that are going to happen up there. I'm curious as to, do we know, or is there any research into what the impacts are going to be on permafrost, because there's so much water that's
Oh yeah, permafrost is toast.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's degrading rapidly, and it's going to continue to do so in the decades ahead. So anything that's built on permafrost, you got to move it, or the railway that goes up from up to Churchill, a good section of it is on permafrost. A lot of money is being spent to refurbish that line so that it's not vulnerable to the ups and downs of the permafrost melting. In the high Arctic on the coastline, there's lots of infrastructure in the Canada, United States, that is going to fall into the ocean if it's not moved away from those melting coastlines. Absolutely, permafrost is in trouble, because permafrost is very much affected by the heat that goes down into the ground from the atmosphere. So yeah, there's a lot of change. The CAF has a lot of resources built on permafrost, probably, but it's in trouble.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good question.
Danny, I just want to share one of my recent experiences. In the 1990s, when I was teaching in Brandon, I introduced a climate change, environmental change course at the time. You probably was teaching also, physical geography and others, and it was in Manitoba. And at that time, general circulation models came out, 4 or 5 different models, and it was the carbon concentration was less than 300. And I used some of those models, and 2020, it was 415. So I usually teach to my students, graduate students and others, that models are just to give you some indication. They're not meant to be precise.
Right.
But last year, when I was teaching, I went back to some of those articles and so on, and I was shocked and surprised that the prediction was just almost perfect.
You shouldn't have been surprised.
It was just point by point one. It was so precise after 30 years.
The models do a really good job. There's so much uncertainty associated with the modeling process, but the models do a very good job of replicating the past and recent years. They've done a really good job of projecting what's likely to happen. We just have to put a lot of confidence on what they say, because to ignore it would be foolhardy.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, because we do calibration and other things, but I could never believe it that reality will be expressed so well, so precise by the climate model.
And it's hard to, it really is hard for people to imagine that much change. That's one of the problems. People can't imagine, they can't visualize, they can't believe, really, that amount of change? Yep. And that's what we're trying to do at the Climate Center, working with kids and everybody to try to get
one of your thoughts I'd like to hear that when disasters happen or extreme events happens, obviously human adaptation or cultural adaptation, technology adaptation matters. Like -20 in Winnipeg is not a hazard, in Florida -2 is a big hazard. So what you have shown today, if we are moving to that kind of fluctuation, variability and extremity, do you think that our society, our infrastructure, technology also needs to another level of capacity threshold?
Oh, absolutely. Our engineering has to change. The way we build buildings, the way we heat and cool buildings has to change. The way we structure our cities should change. Hard to do because it's in concrete. But we need to plan better. We need to build better. We need to interact with the environment in a better way than we do. And of course, I haven't even mentioned, we need to reduce our emissions. Like, we need to bend that curve down. And there's some good things happening that way, but it's very slow. I'm a bit pessimistic about the ability of society to change that rapidly, but we must try.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Any more question? Professor, who's closer to you? Then we'll get back here. Thank you.
Quick question. So that's very interesting. And then do people come to you saying the history, like, oh, I heard grandmother saying it used to be colder, or, you know, I saw and this, and I don't know, what could be something that the kind of history, that people lived experience in history, doesn't it correspond the data, but then still people can't, their own experience or their grandparents' experience, and then looking at the numbers, it doesn't really match. I don't know if you have that kind of experience, people coming to tell you.
Sure, yeah, we try to talk to people as much as possible, and very often people say, yep, this is my experience, it rains harder than it used to. We hear that from farmers in Manitoba. Never saw it rain like this before. We're seeing a lot of that. Or the winters are so much different. I'm 65. I can tell you, winters aren't the way they used to be in the prairies. They just aren't. Once in a while they are, but usually they're not. But sometimes it conflicts with people's perception or experiences. But that's localized. That's personal. We have to not think about our own little realm, the little bubble around us. We have to think collectively. And the data, the science clearly indicates that even though your experience or perception may be discordant from this, get ready, that's going to change.
Thank you. We'll take the last question from here.
Great questions. Sorry for keeping you away from wherever you're going. I know you were going to the clay oven. I can't later for myself, but.
Thank you, Dr. Danny, for the wonderful presentation. I'm from Pakistan, so it was very personal, and thank you. I have a question I want to know your expertise. Is there been any research done related to how the carbon emission in Canada particularly is changing because of the social demographic change, like a lot of newcomers, immigrants, difficulties in understanding the whole process of recycling maybe, or the change in lifestyle?
What an interesting question. Collectively, we're still very bad. We are big emitters collectively. But when you break it down into communities of the sort that you talked about there, I really honestly don't know. What an interesting question. Certainly, when I look around Winnipeg here, and again, that's just my local experience, I see so much waste. Single-driven cars. I take the bus. I walked here today. I try to do that as much as possible. My wife and I have a car, but we try to use it sparingly. It's hard to do sometimes, especially in the winter. But there's still so much that we can do locally by fossil fuel burning cars. The big culprit in Manitoba, a huge amount of transportation emissions. But we have big spaces. We have to travel. Dr. Yasui has to travel to Brandon. What else could she do? We don't blame you. You don't have a Tesla, perhaps, no, but yeah, no, it's necessary. We just have to think about it more carefully. We'd rather you be here personally than virtually, so we appreciate that. But we have to think collectively about what we're doing, and I don't know how to answer your question otherwise. Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that back to the Climate Center. We talk about these things all the time.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big applaud for Dr. Gary Blair, who is informally known as climateguy@gmail.com. Feel free to shoot an email if you have any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our today's session. And before we depart here, just a kind reminder of the invited guests for our dinner at 6:30 at Clay Oven. And second part is tomorrow at 9 a.m. we'll reconvene. We'll have only one presentation followed by a very important event, which we call networking and brainstorming, because the presentations that you have listened today, and these are tons of information, but tomorrow we are going to talk about how we move forward with actions, because these are all informations and knowledge is good unless we do something in concrete. So please do not miss tomorrow's session, especially our younger folks here, and also not so younger folks, whoever. So please do come and join, bring your insights and intellectual capabilities so that we find something worthwhile at the end of tomorrow's noon session. Thank you once again, and we are all available, and I must appreciate our volunteers. And before you go for day one, please give a big round of applause to Sadman Sakib, Rukhsar Ahmed, Faria Lira, and Rehman Azavid. Thank you, folks. Without you, we could have not done it today. Thank you. Have a nice rest of the evening and enjoy as best as you can. Thank you.
So copy that to your.
Okay. Yeah, I did in the.
There's a PDF. Maybe copy the PDF
too. Okay, fantastic. That's a good idea.
Going into your desktop there. Correct. And feel free to share it with people.
Perfect, sir. I will do that. We'll put it up in the website. So people have
Sure.
wider access to it.
Sure.